So welcome to all of you. In the name of COMECE, I'm the Secretary General of COMECE. And welcome you all here in our premises, especially the co-organizers, the International Federation of Catholic Universities, COMECE-FIUC, and the speakers of today, the people that will intervene in our meeting, and also the people that are joining us online. So welcome to all. COMECE, as most of you know, is the Commission of the Bishops' Conferences of the European Union, and was created more than 40 years ago, has its headquarters here in Brussels, and has the mission to maintain a dialogue with the European institutions. It represents officially the Church in the European Union before the European Union. And as we know, there is an article in the Treaty on the Functioning of the European Union, Article 17, that establishes that there has to be a dialogue between the European Union and the churches. I'm very pleased also of this meeting here of Emilio Dogliani, who helped to organize this meeting. He is our policy advisor for education, culture, and youth. And also a youth, we are doing an important work hearing the voice of the youth from different member states and the contributions to EU policy. So 2024, this year is an important year, not only for COMECE-FIUC, it celebrates the centenary of its foundation, but also for the European Union. Just had elections this last weekend, important elections, because the European Union is facing difficult challenges in the coming years. One of the challenges we're going to speak about today is the geopolitical challenge. This is a very big issue. Some here, you often hear in this Brussels bubble, people that say, is the world to come going to be a world of two great powers? Only the United States and China? Or is also in some way the European Union able to play a role? So we're facing geopolitics, we're facing other challenges, climate change, artificial intelligence, also a certain economical difficulties, people that have difficulty to arrive at the end of the month. And so Europe is facing many challenges. These elections have been celebrated in this context. COMECE has issued a statement of these elections, of the results, a statement of the Secretariat. We analyze the results. We see good and bad things in these results. On the one hand, it's been a real exercise of democracy. More than 370 million people have been called to the polls. And elections have been celebrated according to the tradition, the electoral tradition of the different member states. That's very important. We don't have to give that for granted. On the other hand, the turnout was very low, 50%, more or less the same as the past elections in 2019. And it is something we have to think about, this distance between the citizens and the institutions. On the positive side, there is still a pro-European majority in the parliament. That is good. But there's a growth also in parties that are Eurosceptic and strongly nationalistic. What does this mean? How do we analyze this result? There is also here a vote of protest against the lack of deliverance by the European Union, I think. So the European Union has a lot of homework to do in the coming years. As I said, these elections take place in this context of geopolitical changes. Geopolitical changes that started that have changed, that have been in some way on the growth in the last years. With the Trump administration on the one side in the United States, that has changed things, the wars. So now, as it said also in the introduction of the meeting, we're living in a context of a competition, of fight between powers, not anymore of collaboration, of seeing the good things of globalization. How does this affect education and higher education? Some years ago, maybe there was more collaboration between universities, also in research. Now things possibly have changed. So this is a bit the topic of this meeting. I'm very happy that it's taking place here in COMECE. I welcome you again, and I really look forward to this meeting to clarify our views and contribute to our thinking and to our work in our service, also for the church. Well, thank you very much again for being here. And I pass the floor to the Secretary General of COMECE.
Thank you, Father. So, dear colleagues, dear attendees, allow me to welcome you on behalf of the International Federation of Catholic Universities for this study day, which concerns both universities as organizations and researchers in subjects and research methods. This event, as you have understood, is organized jointly by IFU and the COMECE, and I would like to thank very warmly and so your Father and Emilio for this first joint event, and I hope that it won't be the last one. The choice of Brussels, of course, is symbolic of the importance that the theme of higher education and research has taken in the European cities. It also reflects our questions about Europe as a power, the international stage, of course, and among other powers like United States and China, notably. So today we gather to explore and discuss the challenges and opportunities that our institutions face in a rapidly changing global context. I hope that today's exchanges will enrich our perspectives and strengthen our common commitment to academic excellence and international collaboration. This first theme fits within the development of the foresight development, which has been created within the Federation in 2017 under the responsibility of my colleague, Corinne Mellul. For 7 years now, significant work of watching major evolving trends and foresighting has been carried out to understand the changes and disruptions affecting higher education and research worldwide. Notes, webinars and reports follow one another to help guide political and academic decision makers. The theme we introduced today is particularly important, and geopolitical shifts indeed concern universities in their exercise of their academic diplomacy. This includes international scientific cooperation, the organization of research and inflows, their role as actors of cultural diplomacy, and their ability to act within the framework of multilateral diplomacy highlighted by Diamond and Michael. I thank you all for your presence and your active participation in this study day. I'm convinced that our deliberations today will contribute significantly to the advancement of higher education and research within our universities and beyond. I wish all of you a grateful and inspiring day, and I now hand over to my colleague Corinne Mellul and hope that this first panel will be one of the most interesting. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. But thank you for joining us either here in person or remotely. The aim of this first panel, as you can see from the description in the program, is to introduce the subject, broadly the subject of not just the geopolitics of higher education, but the geopoliticization of higher education, which is more closely the object that we'll be focusing on. I'm not going to do a long speech at all. It's just to explain that we have three panelists when every other panel that will follow only has two. The idea, again, is to introduce the subject broadly. The context has just been mentioned, has just been described. It's changes, geopolitical changes, transformations in the geopolitical order of roughly the past decade, okay, that are creating a new context. It's, of course, the US-China rivalry, but it's a lot more than that. It's the more broadly, the redrawing of global divides with what we can still call, I think, a US-led international order. But that is increasingly challenged by more and more, shall we call them, non-Western states with either regional or global ambitions. And so in this evolving global landscape, we realize that one more time, it's not the first time, but one more time, knowledge is being increasingly used by states as a strategic tool. And of course, knowledge involves universities and the two fundamental missions of universities, which is the transmission, the production of knowledge and the transmission of knowledge. So this is the subject that we'll be introducing broadly with this panel. To help us understand better these phenomena and hopefully foster what I hope will be an interesting, lively discussion afterwards. Let me introduce our speakers. First, Hans de Wit, who is Professor Emeritus of the Practice and a Distinguished Fellow at the Center for International Higher Education at Boston College. Hanna Moskovitz, who is a postdoctoral research fellow at the Danish School of Education of Aarhus, yes, close, University, that's in Denmark then, visiting scholar, also at the Faculty of Education, University of Cambridge. She also serves as vice chair of the Cost Open Network. Maybe you'll tell us a word or two about what this is. And she researches the territorial politics of higher education with a focus on the relationship between nationalism and higher education policy. And then we have Giorgio Bonino, who's a scientific advisor for synergies between higher education and scientific research, Directorate General for Education, Youth, Sport, and Culture at the European Commission. And he's also a senior scientific researcher at the Department of Theoretical Physics and Mathematics of Université Libre de Bruxelles. And he's a professor at ICFANET, which is the International Center for the Relativistic Astrophysics Network. The rules are simple. Each one of you will present your subject for about up to 15 minutes, up to, no more than. It could be less than, not much less than, but anyway, up to 15 minutes. And then we'll save the Q&As for when every panelist is done with their presentation. Okay, Hans, would you like to start?
Yes, thank you. And thank you for inviting me to this event, which I think is a very important topic today in the world that we are living in, and very interesting, also relevant, that the role of Catholic higher education in this context is important. That I have had the pleasure of working in several Catholic universities around the world, so that is very to me. I'm talking about internationalization in of higher education in this current context, but I also want briefly to go back on what have been the main trends and rationales and drivers over the past decades for internationalization. What have been the different perceptions of what we mean with internationalization of higher education, and what are the shifting paradigms in that context? because that's important to understand where we are at the moment and what is going ahead of us. If you look at internationalization of higher education, you can say that until the late 1980s, there was not really a strategic discussion about the international dimensions of higher education around the world. It was very marginal, ad hoc, and very fragmented range of activities. And only in the 1990s, we've seen that higher education around the world has created much more of a comprehensive policy and process of how to be internationally involved. That is important. Why was that in the 1990s? I think there were several reasons. There was the increasing globalization of our economies and our societies. There was, of course, the end of the Cold War, or maybe we have to say these days, end of the first Cold War, that created opening to higher education between the East and the West, but also increasing role of the Global South in that perspective. And also in the European context, the active policies of the European Commission with respect to the framework programs, the Erasmus program, etc. So we've seen that it has now become a key strategic agenda for universities around the world. According to the global surveys that the International Association of Universities, of which one I'm a senior fellow, has been doing, more than two-thirds of the universities around the world now have internationalization as part of their strategy. And that's quite important. But we see also that governments increasingly have an internationalization strategy. In Europe, but also in, for instance, countries like Colombia, in Canada, in Australia, several institutional countries in Asia, Japan, for instance, they all think that internationalization is a very important part of what we are doing. But it is driven by many different rationales. Why are we doing this? Political, economic, social, cultural, and academic rationales. And so you see a whole range of different programs and strategies, and also concepts of what we mean with internationalization. And that also applies to different stakeholders. I mean, what internationalization is can be completely different for the Ministry of Education or another ministry in the government. It can be different for heads of universities. It can be different between different types of institutions. It can be different for students and faculty, etc. So we see many different approaches and actions that have been taking place. Of course, it has been involved very much the internationalization by and also impacting key trends in higher education in the world. On the first place, massification. There is increasingly still much more demand for higher education than there is supply of higher education in the world. Not in the global north, but certainly in the global south, we see still there's demand for it, and there's not sufficient supply. So what is happening? Students going to study somewhere else to get this higher education. And this has increased that we have now over 6 million students studying in other countries around the world. It's the double of 10 years ago, which was the double of 10 years before. And we predict still that it will be going up to 8 or 9 million in the coming decade as well. So that has been influencing internationalization, very much focused on mobility, although at the same time, it is still a very small number of students that are really involved in mobility. If you have 6 million, about something like 200 million students around the world, then you see it's still very marginal. But if you look at internationalization, the emphasis is still much more on the mobility side than other aspects. The second dimension which we have seen is the global knowledge economy, and that also implies impact on internationalization because we are competing. We are increasingly competing for students and the best talents of the world. We're competing for the best faculty in the world. We're competing for positions and rankings. We're competing for access to key publications around the world. So that also has a strong internationalization impact. And of course, the topic of today, we see recently changing global economic, social, and political climate that has both negative, but also opportunity possibilities for what we can do in higher education. So internationalization is not an isolated goal in itself, but really is related to what we are having in higher education around the world. Very briefly looking back, as I mentioned, education abroad or mobility of students, mobility of faculty, mobility of prime programs and institutions is still more driving the agenda of internationalization than what we call internationalization at home. So a very small percentage of the higher education community, globally probably 1 or 2% maximum, is still driving the agenda and not what we can do for all of our students and all of our faculty and all of our institutions in the world. We see that rankings have in that sense also a very negative impact on that exclusivity. It is making the exclusivity still even stronger because rankings only address a very small percentage of institutions around the world, something like 1,500, and we know that there are probably more than 20,000 institutions of higher education in the world. So that is creating much more this inequality and exclusiveness that we have, and it's still focused very much on competition. We compete, as I mentioned, for everything. So there's an idea that instead of the original idea that internationalization was cooperation, exchange of students, cooperation in research, cooperation in service to society, now we compete much more and we have a marketization happening. And that creates an increasing divide, not only a divide between the global north and the global south, but also universities that are considered to be world-class universities and the many other institutions around the world that are there. There has been a counter-revolution taking place, counter-reaction, to go back to this cooperation, and we have seen movements like internationalization at home. So how can we deal with the 95% to 98% of all students that are not mobile? Internationalization of the curriculum. So how can we make the content of the curriculum much more international, and by that opening up for global learning for all students? Comprehensive internationalization in the United States to say, well, it's not only mobility, but there's much more in the world. They all have tried already for 20 years to make that counter-reaction. And recently we see also a critique that internationalization is perceived by the global south as a Western paradigm, and that we have to decolonize also in higher education and this internationalization. We have to focus much more on internationalization of research, and in particular also the third mission in higher education for society. So there is this counter-reaction, but it appeals much more in words than in actions. And there's much more rhetoric, and there's some individual cases, but the reality is all documents talk about it, but we don't do much to make the world changing into a much more inclusive and equal higher education strategy for internationalization. And I give a quote by Elizabeth Jones, which says we have to integrate international in all our aspects, including social justice and equality and human rights, all the issues that, for instance, Catholic universities are very much advocating as well, but should also be putting much more in action. So if you look at internationalization, it is a very multifaceted aspect. I have mobility of students, mobility of curriculum, etc., etc. It's a very evolving, it always is constantly changing. And you can even say that about all the terms that we use. Study abroad, international students, they are very multifaceted, they are very much evolving. There's not one model that fits all when we talk about internationalization. Context is very important. Internationalization means something completely different for Boston College as a Jesuit institution in Massachusetts than MIT or Harvard, because the context in which they operate is completely different. Their missions, their visions are completely different, and that applies also to institutions elsewhere. So we have to be clear that we don't confuse, but be much more clear about why are we doing this in an institution? So what are we as mission and vision in our institution? Why are we internationalizing? What are we doing as programs and actions to make that happening? How are we organizing it? And very important, what will be the impact of what we are doing? And with whom are we doing it and where we're doing it? I have been involved in evaluating and advising on internationalization strategies for universities all over the world. And the reality is we forget to ask ourselves the why question, and we don't talk about what is the outcomes, the intended outcomes that we want to do with our internationalization. We just do things, we copy things from each other without thinking, is this relevant for ourselves? So, and that applies to all the terms that we use as well. International students, there's a fundamental difference between a degree-seeking student and a credit-seeking student. There's a fundamental difference of why students are moving as a refugee, forced internationalization, or because of the fact that they have the means to do that, or that they have to have applied for scholarship, etc. So we have to be very clear about that. The same when we talk about branch campuses or franchise operations, we have to be clear about the terms that we use. If we talk about virtual mobility, there's a fundamental difference between virtual exchange and distance education programs. And I could go on and on and on, but for time I will not do that. So the reaction, as we saw, there was a need to think differently, to change the paradigm. And if you look at the terms that I mentioned here, there have been a lot of people saying, well, we have to think much more differently about internationalization. It has to be comprehensive, it has to be intelligent, it has to be ethical, conscientious, responsible, humanistic, learner-centered. We have to think about the forced internationalization of refugees. We have to think about the coerced internationalization by colonial powers, etc. And we have to think much more about global engagement as a term that might be saying, well, what we are doing. So that happened. And already in 1995, of the 2015, I was involved in a study for the European Parliament, which asks also, what do we mean for the future? What do we want for the future of internationalization? And we did a Delphi exercise around the world, and we said internationalization of higher education has to be much more inclusive and less elitist. Mobility is fine, but has to be not an academic tourism, but has to be integrated in what we are doing. It's not a goal in itself, but it has to enhance the quality of what we're doing and should not only be focused by economic rationale. So this came out of the process. It has to be an intentional process. Internationalization doesn't go by itself. To integrate an international, intercultural, global dimension to the purpose, function, deliver post-secondary education, which was a definition already there from my colleague Jay Knight from Canada. But we said it has to be in order to enhance the quality of education and research for all students and staff, so not for that 1% or 2% of the world. And it has to make, and that's, I think, in the current geopolitical context, very important, to make a meaningful contribution to society. That's very essential. The third mission of higher education, service to society, has to be a meaningful contribution when we talk about internationalization. And that's important in the changing global landscape. We see geopolitical developments and tensions that we will discuss today. Of course, we had COVID and other senses. We have the Sustainable Development Goals. We have still to deal with how are we dealing with this competition for talents. We see nationalism, we see racism, we see national security as an issue. So how can we respond to that? And that's very important to deal with. And certainly, if we look at the current situation with the tensions with the invasion of Russia and Ukraine, and the Gaza conflict, but also the relations with China in national security concerns, and the whole discussion in higher education about the fossil industry and how we deal with that, how can universities in this context handle that? There has been, and I will have, by the way, a blog on that this weekend in University World News with my colleague Philip Albach. There has been this idea that universities can be neutral. Even Harvard has just explained that we should be neutral in global conflicts. That's not possible. Higher education now is part of society and has its foreign relationships. So how do we do? What are the ethical consequences of what we are doing in that process? So to finalize, the third mission is very essential for internationalization and for how we deal with as universities. Greater emphasis on interculturalization is also very important. And we have to deal with the fundamental academic values of academic freedom, autonomy, but also our obligations to be ethical and to respond to the society and to the climate crisis, etc. So these are all kind of issues that we have to address when we talk about internationalization in a geopolitical context as we are now. And with that, thank you.
Giorgio, you're next.
Yeah.
This unit.
Yeah.
Good morning to everyone. Thank you so much for the invitation. I shall concentrate, focus my talk about the two new concepts, the necessity to create the new Department of Complex Systems and what we mean for innovative part. And I shall try to convince you that what I'm proposing could be taken into consideration. The talk is organized roughly in this way. I will briefly introduce what we mean at the European Commission and at University for Higher Education. We give some example. We interviewed three brilliant students that provide us with their success stories. And I shall introduce the main instruments that the European Commission offer in the framework of higher education. Okay, higher education is, you know, in Europe is the study after the secondary school is called the tertiary. You see the scheme, a bachelor, master, and PhD. Just to mention, because I have to go quite quickly, is this is not the last step. It's the last step for the Bologna process. But indeed, in Europe, we have another step, thèse d'habilitation à diriger de recherche, agregatio thesis, very important for people that want to continue the career at university as a researcher, professor, or teacher. Erasmus Plus is the big program offered by the European Commission to European citizens, 26.2 billion euro. We have several actions. I don't spend many times in this kind because you can find this in internet. I just mentioned Erasmus Plus and mobility of researchers. I mentioned Tempus, which is modernization of higher education with Eastern countries. Leonardo da Vinci allows everybody to benefit of public funds for experience in foreign education. European Commission proposed three actions in order to get the three objectives. The three actions are micro-credentials, European University Initiative, and the European Student Card. Micro-credential means micro-credentials are a qualification obtained in short courses that are valid in Europe. European University Initiative improving the cooperation, synergetic cooperation between universities, and the European Student Card is just something that should facilitate the mobility of the student. Objective: obtain the quality, increase the quality of education, to improve inclusive and connected higher education, and promote innovation and innovative education. So, concerning the first two objectives, higher education, how to improve higher education, how to obtain inclusive and connected higher education. We listened to the talk before. We know what we mean. We can summarize higher education in one sentence that students in Caltech University say, good physicists have studied under very fine teachers. This sentence was for remembering Maxwell equation of thermodynamics. But we can extend this sentence, good students have studied under very fine teachers. So we know. Less intuitive is how can we get innovating higher education. This is quite obscure to me, but I can give you what I intend, personally intend for higher education based on my experience. But we get higher education if the three conditions are satisfied simultaneously. The three conditions are, first of all, we should use modern technologies offered by e-learning, digital twins, Internet of Things, MOOC, etc. Second, establish the doctorate where there is a synergetic cooperation between universities and companies, like what happens in Silicon Valley in California. And the third one, and then I spend my time, is to create new education based on cross-field competencies. We need the creation of what we call department of competencies. I will spend a few words in a few seconds to be clear. Let me explain what I mean. Here in the red line represents a catastrophic event. There is a serious chance, and then suddenly, we have in the blue zone, we have a catastrophic events. So to modelize these events, we need mathematics. Mathematics, the solution is the black line. What is the objective? Objective is I am able to produce a model able to foresee before the catastrophic events, earthquake, disease, etc. I want to be concrete, more concrete. Let's consider this case. This case is the case of a riot in Chile, Yellow Vest, Catalonia. The red lines are the catastrophic events, it's creation and then suddenly the riot. Are we able, indeed, we show that the model is able to foresee in the yellow zone the catastrophic events before what happens. This is very important. But you see the problem. The problem is to solve this problem, we have to be competent in mathematics, in physics, computer science, dynamic population. 4 fields. I give you another example. This one, leukemia. Leukemia is a pathology very dangerous. You make a blood test, no problem, everything is fine, etc. And 2 weeks later, cancer, leukemia. The problem is, are we able to foresee before these catastrophic events? We tried to establish a cooperation with both the institute, with our model. So you see the importance. Now, the solution of this problem needs several equations, a lot of mathematics. But in this case, we need to know mathematics, physics, medicine, computer science, etc. So the necessity to create department of complex system. This is what we have created in Rome, in Institute for Advanced Study, where I've just been appointed. We create a new department where the student will be invited to know many fields. Just to know very, very quickly, that in Europe we have 3.8 million unfilled jobs. Why? Because we have no competence, sufficient competence. Competence, in particular, in the digital skills. Digital skills, not in general, is cryptography and artificial intelligence. We need competence in these fields, just to mention. So we tried to understand now why brilliant people, leave Europe and try to study in the United States or in Japan. We interviewed 3 success stories. One guy went to work with Mark Zuckerberg, you know Mark Zuckerberg, the patron, the Meta, and he said, why you go? You finalize, you study PhD, and said, because yes, Europe a good education, the diploma are good, but innovation remains theoretical. We are too theoretical. Top engineering are concentrated in a very small region, Silicon Valley. Here we have to go there, Germany, France, etc. Then another problem. We don't have venture capital. People, the industry don't invest to new ideas, to start up. They don't invest because they don't want to risk. We asked to another guy, He decided to go in Japan to work with Kondo. Kondo, you know, Kondo is the person that constructed Fugaku. Fugaku is the supercomputer, the fastest supercomputer in the world. This guy, Kondo, created this computer, is able to make 10 to 11 operations per second, most of them incredible. And then this guy went to Kondo to make the master degree. In that case, why we have a supercomputer, not so performance, but why? The answer was quite straightforward. Why? Because a supercomputer is very expensive, and in Japan, students can use supercomputer. In Europe, only for experienced persons, if a doctorate or postdoctoral position. But people working a master degree can use supercomputer. Last story, this guy decided to, after engineering study, decided to make another dual master in MBE, Master in Business Enterprise, in Ulta. Why? I said that more or less the same answer, flexibility of modules educational study, concentration of a big company in Silicon Valley, where the old university is in San Francisco. He created a startup, the name is Find My Stuff. He sold this to Apple, a lot of million. How much? This guy, 30 years old, and now is very rich, much richer than me. I'm not rich. So, what is the best instruments that the European Commission proposed to citizens? Is the creation of the European Institute for Innovation Technology. What is the object? The object is, I will tell you, to promote a synergetic cooperation between higher education, research, and commercialization. We agree, fantastic. This institute works thanks to 8 communities called Knowledge of Innovation Community, ranging from climate, digital, food, manufacturing. Perfect. What is the scheme? On the left, you find the scheme. You see 3 nodes with the green one, and interconnected each with other in a reversible way. Then research, education, research, fantastic. What is the problem? The problem is it doesn't work. If you don't understand, if you want to understand why it doesn't work, please pay attention to the following story. We are in the United States. 3 brilliant guys, 3 brilliant, finally had a brilliant idea. Went to obtain an interview with the CEO, Mr. PDG. I said, Mr. We producer, we have this good idea, etc. And the PDG, and the CEO says, the question, have you realized the prototype? Yes, sure, they say, sure. We have we benefit of venture capital. Then we produce the prototype. And our question is, could you reproduce the prototype on large scale and then commercialize? Yes, the idea is good, the prototype there, we can arrange. Same story in Europe. 3 brilliant guys, got a good idea, goes to the CEO and says, we have a good idea. Fantastic. Say, do we have a prototype? No, sorry, no. And the question was, could you produce a prototype, reproduce a large scale, and then commercialize? No, say that. No way, no money. You understand? Research in the United States, China copy, Europe buy, and you understand research, activity research in Europe are commercialized. Okay, sorry for that. Good idea. You're a brilliant guy, but please.
You just need to wrap up.
Yeah, I will wrap up very, very soon. And so he said, sorry, you have to leave, no time. So the realistic parcours is on the right. You see the Europe from the research to realization of the product. Europe stopped here the United States continue. This is a correct, in my opinion, scheme what happens in higher education. Final consideration, what up? 2 pillars for education, parents and teachers. Parents have the responsibility to make an open mind to students, to the children. The teachers are not a simple vector of knowledge, but they are spiritual father and the real reference point for students. Two notes. Prigozhin was my professor, Nobel Prize in Physics. He said to the students, if one door closes, don't worry. Many others will open if you remain competitive. Another person, Albert Einstein, closed. He said to his students, if you want to have success, you have to combine 2 factors, talents and work. But these 2 factors contribute in a different proportion. Talents, 1%. And to all the rest is hard work. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Giorgio. So we have about, how much time do we have? A little over 20 minutes for Q&As. I actually have a question for each one of you, but why start with me? I'd rather, if anyone has questions for either one of our panelists, I guess it would be a good idea. I'm sure it would be a good idea to start with those of you who, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just want a clarification question to Giorgio about your model of analyzing and forecasting crises. 2 aspects. First, how long could it foresee a crisis? That's one point. Secondly, how was your model received in the scientific community? Because indeed, when we talk about, that will be maybe preempting the second panel from the economic perspective, that be acceptable, yes or no? Is it considered as scientific enough, yes or no? So how was it received, for example?
Okay, the question, so this paper has been accepted for publications I think the chaos society practice. So the problem is how long. The question is we wanted to foresee the critical events much before, in time to intervene. Okay, this what I show here, for example, that it works. The problem is unidimensional. So in case of economics, catastrophic, we have a combined equations with other as a system of equations, and this makes the system very complicated. So the reason why we have to combine experiments in case of leukemia and bodies with models. But the models, more or less, what we think is to copy more or less the same principle based on standard point instabilities. This is what we think.
Yes, but how was it received by the scientists?
What
were the reactions from the publication?
Okay, for the moment has been accepted. We exposed this model to several workshops. There is a sort of skepticism because we need concrete results, not equations. But what can we do more than that? See, if not propose model and then try to modelize the complex system.
Okay. We have 2 more questions. Is that right? Go ahead, please.
Okay, I'm Cyrus from DGAC, European Commission. I have one question to Hans de Wit. Cyrus from DGAC. You touched on something that I find particularly interesting, and that's the connection between fundamental values and internationalization. Because the European Union puts more and more emphasis on democracy and fundamental values. But But at the same time, we see that outside of Europe, even within Europe, fundamental values are under threat. In addition to that, you have research security and also foreign interference. The Commission of the European Union have recently stated recommends of the toolbox of foreign interference. There's also the one on research security and then fundamental academic values. So it's kind of sort of become a more and more complicated landscape when we look into the geopolitical side of things. How, according to you, how can we navigate and in this landscape when it comes to setting up international partnerships and internationalization strategies? Because I agree with you that there should be a link between fundamental academic values and internationalization. But at the same time, you also need institutions that say, well, shouldn't we be free to decide ourselves where we should develop our partnerships and who we need to cooperate with? But at the same time, it is an issue that fundamental academic freedom is under threat. You have research security issues. And yeah. So what are your thoughts about that? How can this be done on a practical level, let's say, for an institution?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very important question, and of course, it's very essential we look into that in this context that we are living in. My view is that it is very important that we keep as much as possible the possibilities for academics to be free in cooperation with other people. That on the individual level, in that sense, there's I think a difference between the institutional level and the individual academic level to that. Still, it's not only to say, well, we have freedom of what we are doing, and etc. We also have ethical consequences. So we have to look into, is what we're doing academically integral to what we are doing, and is it also contributing to the problems of society? That is a decision each academic has to make individually. Institutions have to look at the broader context. So they have to say, well, yes, we want to have as much as possible partnerships, but we also have to say, are our partners on the same ethical level as we are? Are our partners also allowing the possibility for academic free cooperation? And then how do we deal with the fact of national security and European security in that context? So to find the right balance between that is a very sensitive issue. It's not a very easy answer to give to that. It's much more both at the academic individual level, at the institutional level, and at the national and the European level, to say, well, what can we accept? In the case of the Russian invasion in Ukraine, it was to a certain extent very simple in a negative way, because there was, on the one hand, the rectors of the Russian university said, well, we support Putin in the invasion, and by that made it any ethical discussion impossible. And there were also the sanctions by the European universities to make it impossible to collaborate. So that was very simple. If you transfer that, for instance, to the discussion with cooperation with Israel, it becomes already much more complicated because there are two sides on that conflict, which are both questionable. The Hamas terrorist attack and the impact it has on civilians in Israel, and even including students and faculty, by the way. And then the response by Israel on the impact it has on Palestinian higher education, individuals, etc. Then you still can ask yourself a question as a European institution, how do Israeli universities respond to that? And should they not have also ethical considerations to deal with this issue? Then you can have a dialogue. So dialogue, in my view, in that sense, is much more important than making conclusions. We have to stop relationships, or we have to continue. It is an ethical dialogue within your own academic community and with the partner institutions you collaborate with. That also deals with national security. You always have to say, well, what is happening? What are we doing? And how can we find, again, the right balance? But it is complicated. It's not as easy as it was, let's say, in the 1970s when we had similar kind of geopolitical tensions, the war in Vietnam, etc., and the university responded to that. And they said, well, we don't have a foreign policy anymore, or we don't want to interfere with that, so-called Chicago principles. That doesn't work anymore because universities are part of the domestic society and the global society. They are active players. And so they have to think much more ethically about what to do in that context. And that's why I think also Catholic universities, which have social justice, human approach, etc., is a very important part of their missions, visions, can play a leading role in having that ethical discussion, driving that agenda.
I just wanted to add that it seems right now that the pendulum is swinging the other way. See, this is really in the last few weeks as a result of the anti-war war in Gaza protests that more and more institutions, and I think lately Harvard, are again opting for institutional neutrality, which is really going back to the Chicago principles. And so, but it's an ongoing.
And that's a pretty naive statement.
It's an ongoing thing. I guess
I write about it in that blog to say, well, this is pretty naive.
We'll be able to appreciate probably the full impact of it comes September, and then with the opening of the new academy here. But it's an emerging trend, and it's as a at least temporary position, institutional position at this particular time. François?
Yes, I would like to thank all of you. First, just two questions. The first one is the atoms of your last description, and perhaps not precisely to you, Anna. Don't you think that in the next future, due to the evolution of the geopolitical context, what you are calling the Euro framework, will change? I mean, it's related to what just said, the constraints of the state will be stronger in the future. It means that, of course, in terms of the functionalization of capacity of universities, universities in terms of multiple diplomacy, we change because of the states will impose their willingness in terms of international policy. Question. The second one for Georgia, that's very interesting what you said, because we've tried to promote some similar systems based on artificial intelligence. But what I've noticed is that there is a gap between what we try to promote and the perception of the tools that we propose. I mean that generally, presidents of the universities, or globally, the teams, management teams, are unable to understand what we propose. And so don't you think that we are and we've been able to promote perhaps some specific trainings, or since we are authorized to write the scenarios, the management teams do these new approaches, which are very important on the topic you mentioned, more globally on new signals and the use of data, of course, which was so important to these
Thank you. Actually, François, I appreciate that question because in the last discussion, I think we had the same thought. I noted down higher education state relationships. That was my note. Because Hans, you're absolutely right, and you were discussing the academics and their institutions. So I think more in terms of the state, probably just from my own research interests. And I think we're already seeing increasing intervention by the state in higher education. And the question of university autonomy is going to be coming. I don't really like to foresee things. I think we can say it's already happening. So I don't want to say that we might be seeing. I think that already university autonomy is changing. The concept is changing because the state has more and more interest in seeing what researchers, who researchers should be partnering with, which countries they can collaborate with, and which countries they cannot collaborate with. I think that's an absolutely important question. And I would say we're already seeing increasing intervention. Yeah.
Yeah, but very briefly to follow, that's absolutely right. And we see that both in the European Parliament studies on academic freedom, that it's not only Hungary, it was not only Poland, it was not only Turkey, but even my own country, the Netherlands, is a very clear example where there's much more interference. At the same time, we have a tendency as institutions always to discuss autonomy, the state should take away of us. but we also have certain obligations as institutions, and we should be much more looking into what is our role in our society and how can we deal with that. And that I think that balance between the role of the state on the one hand and our own responsibilities will be a much more crucial dimension for the future, because I mean, we can and need not predict for the future, but it doesn't look very optimistic, for instance, the United States.
Not in extreme. Giorgio?
Yes, I agree perfectly with you. Just to mention that the creation of departments of complex systems is a bottom-up approach, not top-up approach. And we created this department, and the modules are completely different. Mathematics is not like this one. It's a combination between applied mathematics and computer. For artificial intelligence, it is true that outside, in Japan, etc., they are very, very good. But we are not so bad. The problem is to reorganize our competence and to present and to formulate correct modules. In this sense, I agree with you that we are working on.
Thank you. Sarah from the Moscow International. I would like to follow up on this question, thinking about maybe European Union that we will decide to invest more, for example, on the Erasmus Plus projects to emphasize this external foreign dimension on Erasmus Plus to bring a real change in the new generation, because Erasmus program has really a holistic approach and may change. So my question is how, and if you find that internalization through these programs, European Union is limited, it can be like a pilot project in that regards, can increase peace building and make the new generation like peacemakers.
The question
Whoever wants to pick it up.
I can answer that Erasmus Plus is devoted to the mobility of the students. What you are saying is more as a competence of the European Research Council with other programs offered by RTD, etc. I worked 25 years in the field. So, to answer very quickly to your questions, we have to combine mobility of the student, but mobility of the researchers. This will be the answer to your question, in my opinion.
Yeah, if I may, of course, the European Commission has always been in all these programs. That applies to Horizon, that applies to Erasmus Plus, and to previous ones, and also in the development aid cooperation. It's always had a very strong outside perspective, because they wanted to not only to Europe to create a European citizen feeling by all those programs and the cooperation within the European, but also be competitive, but at the same time collaborate. And that in itself is very positive about the European programs, and even applies to the Bologna process, which is brought up. They also have always looked into how can we create this kind of mechanisms elsewhere as well. The problem there is if you have to be careful that it becomes not a kind of neo-colonialist approach. So you have to do it on equal terms. If I see the example for instance, the cooperation with ASEAN countries, and the European Commission tries to do that, say, well, we're not going to tell you you have to do the same as we are doing, but we help you to create your own type of regional integration and cooperation in the ASEAN countries. So to find the right balance between what you are going to do to support, which is in itself important, but recognizing that it's their context in which they have to decide what is well, I think that might bring much more peace than trying to impose your own rules and regulations.
Yeah, I was just going to add that I think motivations are important, and that starts at home. So why are students propelled to study abroad? And I think oftentimes it's the discourse on employability, and your future job is going to appreciate this. So I think starting from there, why should students be motivated to go abroad. And of course, this importance of cultural diversity and awareness is crucial, but not only to get a job, also for those purposes. So the motivations and discussion on responsible internationalization, I think you had in your presentation, is really interesting. So who knows, maybe it'll be potential in later on. Yeah, but I think motivations are important.
And very briefly on the mobility side, what is still happening is that the massive flow from students from the global south to the global north, in particular the Anglophone countries and the European, that is changing very rapidly. The market share of the Anglophone countries is reducing, the market share of the European countries is reducing drastically. Partly because there's much more competition elsewhere, but also because we are closing our borders. The United States is closing the borders, Canada is doing it, Australia is doing it, and countries like the Netherlands are doing it, the UK is certainly doing it, or you might hope that the elections are changing it. There's some exceptions like Germany and France, which are still opening up. But the reality is that for many students from Africa, which is probably the future massification of higher education, demand for what's going abroad, they are going already to China, they are going to Malaysia in much more bigger numbers than they do here, because first of all, it's financially much more beneficial for them, it's cheaper to go there, but also because they see that they are not welcome anymore. But that's a big fundamental change, and that will be going very rapidly if we continue to do that. So nationalism, which is the main reason why this is happening in the global north, is also there in China, is also there in India and Malaysia, but they don't see nationalism as closing the border, but expanding their perspectives and positions and soft power around the world by welcoming students to come. And we are not doing that anymore.
Giorgio, you wanted to address an earlier point?
Yeah, well, just to complete the answer to your question, just to mention that the reaction was not bad, because I asked to the director of the Bourdain Institute of Oncology for leukemia, and he accepted to give me the possibility to give a talk to him. And this is quite significant for me. He didn't reject my proposal. Concerning the job, yes, they want people job, a good job, not job, because these people find job, but they want a very good stimulating job. That's...
Okay. We may have time for one last quick question. Okay. Is it quick? Is it a quick one? We'll find out. We have about 2 minutes.
It's probably not the easiest one to reply. One of the, you probably have heard about the European Strategy for Universities, and one of the flagship is the European Universities Initiative. And once you talked about all the areas in the higher education landscape, renewable mobility, internationalization of whole, inclusive mobility, and by the way, we can also mention innovation in education. We have high expectation that these alliances will kind of push boundaries and change the landscape and internationalize institutions in a new way. How do you see the ability of the European University Alliances to actually help changing some of this and make mobility more inclusive? And like you mentioned, for the time being, it's a small percentage of students can take part in physical mobility, and that's also part of the project to make like international education somebody that reach out to all students. How do you see this initiative? This respect?
Do we have another day for that?
You have 16 seconds.
In itself, I think the European University Initiative Alliances are a very logical next step in what we have been doing in the European Commission, building up much more cooperation and higher education. So in that sense, it's positive. The challenge is that we want to do it too fast, with too little means and too little time. And then with all the national barriers that are still there to make really a European university out of it. So in my view, the Commission should say, well, this is important, we give you a chance, we give you some funding to really for long term to do it, and we help you overcome all the barriers in it. But what they do is they create short-term support, they're expanding too rapidly, and by that, it's not, you cannot learn anymore. Because it has to be really a transformative agenda for higher education, but you don't do it by the approach that they do now. So I'm very much in favor of the European Alliance, but I'm also very skeptical about the way the Commission is trying to do too much in too short time.
Okay, that'll be the final word then. Well, thank you very much. Thank you to our panelists. Thank you. And we'll now go to the coffee break for 15 minutes and resume with the second panel. Thank you very much.
Général. Mais moi, c'est très orienté portugais. Donc, je pense que c'est plus logique que le commerce. Qu'est-ce qu'on en sait?
Est-ce que science ouverte versus économie? D'un côté, comme au départ, on est dans une indication, un angle économique au départ, c'est peut-être pas plus mal que si que vous puissiez soit contrecarrer.
Je pense que je vais donner des éléments de langage et que tu vas rebondir sur plein de choses en plus.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to this new session of this meeting about geopolitics and higher education. And the title of the panel now is Research and Innovation as Tools of Global Economic Competition. As a way of introduction, you will allow me to just raise one or two remarks. I'm specialized in the studies of international relations and political science. And in this perspective, I was just struck by the fact that from this morning, first panel, the first global characteristic of today's world can be summarized by Michael Grevy's expression about today's world as we are living in an interpolar world, which on the one hand, multipolar, with more and more rival competition between uneven powers, and on the other hand, more and more interdependent world, which seems to be paradoxical between the power game on the one hand and something which seems to include common issues, common threats, or cooperation. And that raises indeed interesting aspects for our panel, because research and innovation as tools of economic competitions seems to indicate that research is providing some answers for an important questions raised by Hans de Witt this morning about why internationalization, why research? Is it just aiming at purely economic aims? If in that case, with the specific inputs of technologies, is it for economy itself, or is it for more power? Why am I raising this? Because not later than last week, I attended a meeting where a colleague from the university in Macau, China, received lately, it was a practice university, lately received a note from the Chinese authorities, so-called encouraging him to influence teaching and research in his university in a more patriotic way. That seems to be extreme from China. But as we saw from Bolsonaro, the idea that research in human sciences was to have budgets cut down and some more priorities to more economic minded. So we see that some results there. Second thing, if research is about economic competition, then would there still be some places for academic freedom in research? For instance, would Giorgio's project, I don't know if Giorgio is still here, but Giorgio project still be possible in that kind of thing? Because it also depends on financial means available. So all these questions needs to be raised in one way or the other. But without further waiting, we are having a very interesting panelists this morning about this. First, we will listen to Sylvie Matley, Director of Delors Institute and former Deputy Director of the French Institute for International Strategic Affairs, the famous IRIS. She's an economist, see developed research in industries and defense policies. And then we will listen to a more, maybe less economic perspective, a more, would I say, open, if I say perspective, from Valérie Zwilling, Deputy General Director of Internationalization for Cergy Pontoise? Cergy Paris University, and former member of the European International College and the National Committee for Open Sciences. Indeed, that is something which has definitely its place when we are supposed to be focused on economic aims, but solely economic, question mark. But without further waiting, Sylvie, the floor is yours. Let's say we have 15 minutes each, and the question time and debate for you.
Thank you.
Sylvie.
Thank you very much, Pierre, and thanks to François and Corinne for organizing that conference and inviting me. I would begin explaining that I think I have two gaps today, since I'm not a specialist of education, I'm just economist, and I have not a digital presentation, sorry, I will just talk. But this panel offers me the opportunity, and I realized that preparing it, to cross my two different experiences as the first one as teacher in international economics, geoeconomics, geopolitics, and my experience as economist trying to understand the geoeconomics issue. First, I would like to define what is economic competition. In economy and in the economic theory, when you talk about economic competition, you only think about growth and markets. With an individual advantage, competition improves productivity, creating growth, then improving individual incomes, but also national incomes, and improving your standard of living. For a nation, but it was not the main issue at the beginning and in the work of economic theory concerning economic cooperation, it was not the main objective for nations. That's the idea that individual interest may build a global one, a national one, and if you improve competition, improving standard of living, then you will satisfy everybody, and that will be fantastic. Education was an instrument to do that. During decades, it was the remark of Hans in the previous table, in the previous table, about massification of education. That was exactly that, and that idea. We invest in education to improve people income and then the standard of living in your country, to develop. That was a way to develop your country. Moreover, at that time, it was in the 60s, in the 70s, at that time, most of economic models of growth considered that innovation was exogenous. Then you don't control anything. It comes when it comes. We had to wait the 90s with the theory of endogenous growth developed by Paul Romer and other economists to think that you can create, you can decide, you can manage your innovation. If you invest judicially, you can manage and improve innovation, you can take the advantage in the world. Then economic competition in that case became a sort of element to achieve the technological superiority. It could, and you have to, I think we have to understand, technological superiority is not only an economic factor, it is also the issue to win a war. And it is also a challenge in on the battlefield. But in the 90s, technological superiority was only a consideration and a challenge for Western countries. We had not risk of competition on the military battlefield. Then we invest
in education to improve innovation, but only and mostly with economic ambitions, in a sort of virtuous circle of if you invest in education, you will have high skilled workers, then more innovation and more machine engineers, but also high skilled jobs, well-paid jobs in design, marketing, etc., etc. That was, I called that, preparing my intervention in the morning, I thought about the Apple model, the Apple, like the firm Apple. It was the time where we developed in Europe Erasmus and the mobility of students. We increased public investment in higher education at that time in developed countries. Most of young people accessed to higher education, but in emerging countries too, it was a big issue. Firstly, you support some young to go to study outside in other countries, in Western countries, and then you try to reform or improve your higher education system for universities, but also for countries. Attracting high potential students was also a huge challenge and interest. Then competition became more geopolitics. We talked this morning a little bit about China, but I think China and when China entered the WTO at the beginning of the 20th century, I think it was a real game changer in that field. We didn't realize immediately, but because China didn't explain at the beginning that she wanted to become the first power in the world in reality. But just remember, the Shanghai ranking was created by China in 2003. Then the ambition was here yet. We didn't realize, but it was here. Then the interest in education changed a little bit and changed progressively at that time. Remember also that the first Chinese university in 2003 was at the rank of 201st. Today, the last ranking in 2023, the first Chinese university was 22nd. And you can see how trying to rank schools and university had also the objectives for China to learn how to educate people, how to train people, to improve their productivity and the competitiveness of the country. When education became a real challenge in strategic policies, it became a sort of race, such as an arm race. To become the best, you have to produce the best research and to attract, in the same time, the best students, the best professors, and also the best researchers. And that became not a competition, not only an economic competition, but also an educational competition. Then, if we look a little bit about China, to improve the quality and the level of the student, as emerging country in the 90s, they began sending students in Western countries with a clear objective in the case of Chinese people: learn the methodology and the culture of innovation. And remember, innovation is not only a technical issue. And innovation, this is the Apple model. Why do you buy an Apple phone? Not only because of the technological superiority of Apple. Samsung, Google did the same and do the same. No, you buy an Apple because of the design, because of a lot of things that are not only techniques. more recently, China tried to attract high-level schools, high-level university, high-level students. That was the second step. I think this process of competition in education to support economic competition and to support your superiority in innovation was, I think, I would say, but I'm not a specialist of that issue, I've been relatively unsought in Europe. Giorgio, in the previous panel, talked about innovation remains theoretical. And I think that's interesting to think. Europe, where we have seen the education as an opportunity, but it was an opportunity, but not enough education as a risk, and investing or not investing enough in education as a risk or a challenge to innovate with proactive policies. Erasmus is a wonderful program, but it is not enough in our time and we can, I think we can connect strongly our lack of innovation in a lot of fields, our difficulty to improve our innovation in a lot of fields, and the way we perceive the education policy and European education policies. Yeah, then to conclude, because I think my time is limited, I would think with you about the future challenge in the field of education. We have more and more competition, and other competition between US and China. That's a famous confrontation between US and China, with the current issue for China to train too much people. Even in education, China is today in front of overcapacities. The second challenge, I think, in our world today and in the future is the double technological revolution, the energy transition first and the digital one too, with a growing need for engineers, while from the past, education was a combination between technical education and engineers and commercial ones, I would say, or social science ones. The third challenge maybe will concern the aging of the population in developed countries, but also in some emerging countries. And the need to find, sorry for the word, the need to find new reserve of young people. Maybe it won't be an issue for developed countries. I say maybe because we know all the limits and the questions about immigration in our countries, but we have the means to attract people. You have the means to convince people to work in our countries. But that will be a strong issue for emerging countries, because we will see a competition to attract students and then workers and high-skilled workers, and that may be a difficult challenge to manage, because that will create confrontation, competition, and a lot of insecurities around that. And finally, and I thought about that elements listening the first panel, what will be education and what will be the responsibility of schools and university in front of isolationism, and war. And concerning war, we can talk about military war, trade war, but also a sort of Cold War and a division of the world into blocks. What kind of implications for national strategies? What kind of implication for schools and university? And university, what role, what responsibilities? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sylvie. I'll just check by one of your last remarks about when we saw the evolution of education and research, more and more economic oriented, which just imply a very serious question about, is today education and research, and considering the potential trends, are these meeting today's needs and tomorrow's needs of humanity, and how far? That is a serious issue. But we are having now the second step, and not the least one, from Valérie. Valérie, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Pierre. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning also for those who are online. I would like to first express my gratitude to Francois and Corinne for their invitation to share with you some of my observation, insights about such a complex subject, the role of research and innovation in geopolitical competition. In another word, I will reformulate the question: the role of research and innovation in states or institutions, power arsenals. Yeah, we see about it. But before I begin, let me introduce briefly myself. I am not here as a researcher or as a knowledge people, just as an observer. Holder of a PhD in material science and engineering, I have worked for various industrial sectors: aeronautics, space, petroleum industry, pharmaceutical, and automotive, before joining the National Association for Research and Technologies in 2017. And observing that since the mid-2010s, open data policies and research open data policy have begun to structure the publicly funded research. I decided to found in 2018 a working group called Data from Research to Business. This working group was composed of about 20 organizations, both from public and private. And we aimed to share our analysis of the implications, the impact and challenge or opportunities offered, or not really offered, by open science policies in our activities. In the same year, in November, I had the privilege of joining the Europe and International College of the newly created COSO, National Open Science Committee. I had led the working group, Data from Research to Business, until 2021, when I was invited by the Cergy Paris University to join them as the deputy CEO in charge of internationalization. So I stand before you today as a modest, humble observer, intending to share with you some of my observation. Some of my observation of open science policy and their implication in geopolitical competition. My talk will be structured in 3 points. I will first outline key points of state power strategies over the last 40 past years. The previous speakers have given some points too. We were going to tend to analyze the consequences of open science policy in digital age. And I will share you some proposals to open discussion. So first, when we say research and innovation, it's normal word today. In fact, it's really induce a continuum between research and innovation. Research as a creative space, open collaboration, sharing, open to the world. And innovation, it's really economic oriented. the way of interaction is about protection, confidentiality. When we ask the research of higher education institution with their mission of research and research towards market, research, applied research, we induce this tension between collaboration and protection. And as it is written in the Horizon Europe regulation, research has to be as open as necessary and as close as possible. It's normal. But often we forget it. Often we forget it. We need to raise our collective and individual consciousness about that. As previous speakers have helpfully reminded us, the geography of global knowledge economy has undergone and is still undergoing significant changes. Research is no longer the privilege of developed countries alone. In 2000, no emerging country was among the top 5 in terms of R&D spending. In 2022, China's shares of GDP invested in R&D was around the OECD average, only 0.3 below the OECD average. Sometimes we could be surprised, but in fact, it should be not that the recognition of the potential of research to support innovation and gain markets, it's not new. It dates back more than 40 years. In the 18th, because they recognized that innovation was at the heart of their competitiveness, of national competitiveness in the globalized world, some public authorities, as Canadian one, for example, have made knowledge transfer a priority in their policy to support research, university research. Funding agencies have made partnership a condition for access to public funding. Researchers have therefore been highly encouraged to apply jointly with private companies or public and semi-public bodies, even trade unions, in some cases, association, community organization, and many other stakeholders. In Europe, the concept of knowledge as a driver of growth and competitiveness was formally recognized by the Lisbon Council in 2000. In its conclusion, for me, it's really the first point that a big shift. The Council recognized that the European was, but they still confronted with a quantum shift resulting from globalization and the challenge of new knowledge-driven economy. It was about to bring a radical change, a radical transformation of the European economy with a new strategic goal. Remember probably to become the most competitive and dynamic knowledge-based economy in the world. Sometimes we stop there, but don't forget it's value-based, capable of sustainable economic growth with more and better job and greater social cohesion. What about the situation today? Really, do we remind this objective? I think we're getting far and far, but we're going to discuss. To achieve this strategic goal, it was felt at the moment, and 10 years after, that it will be beneficial to prepare transition to this knowledge-based society and economy by liberalizing access to data. Sometimes to be good. tension with materials and something like that, and data can be reused and reused and reused, and we can produce new value. It could be said that the entire policy, European policy of the 25 last year is some sense rooted in this conclusion. But knowledge has always been an instrument of power. It's not new. Sometimes, why are we surprising? But maybe I don't understand. Those who knew where to find food, how to capture an animal, how to process materials, to make clothes, tools, habitats, medicines, had a clear competitive advantage. In today's information and digital society, it's not only the one who can produce knowledge who have a competitive advantage. The most important to have this competitive advantage in the information and digital society today is to quickly access to data, to be able to process the large amount of diverse data, to have infrastructure to store it, distribute it and widely and quickly, and also to target readers. Because if you don't know your consumer, you don't have. So really, it's important. This is a key for competitive advantage. To fuel this new competitive advantage, it is essential to access to data. That data are built-in blocks. It's not new. I don't think, not new. Data are the building blocks of knowledge. Remember the DYKW pyramid? And it is even better if this fuel is open and free. Yeah, wouldn't want, it's very, I think it's very interesting to where ideas come from. While there is much to gain from open collaboration, especially when research is truly oriented towards some really common challenges, we must recognize that there are some instances where this dynamic may not be fully or not the most appropriate. I will go back. More than 10 years after the Lisbon Council, the G8 adopted in 2013 the principle of opening public data by default. In the same year, the European Council recognized once again the potential of growth and job creation offered by the digital and digital economy. And the Council called at that time for a digital single market and the development of a data-driven economy innovation by liberalizing access to data, including, and this is the point, research data that underpins open science policies. Also, the concept of open science is relatively new. It is important to recognize that scientific competition has always existed. Examining the place of research and innovation in global economic competition invite us to consider the geopolitics of data. Open science, Open data policies, in particular, open research data policies, are legitimized by 4 presuppositions. First, the most important, opening up scientific data was enable researchers to accelerate scientific progress. it may assume that this assumption is quite strong and largely accepted. Oops, sorry, too quick. Second, making data available would be a game changer for businesses, giving them a huge boost for competition. It would speed up the development of new projects, services on our sectors and so on. Third, by giving citizens access to data and data research, they would be better able to understand science. We can discuss, become more informed. We can discuss too. Opening up data is then an issue of effectiveness of policy and democracy. But actually, few of them really know that they can access to research papers and data. And even are they really skilled to read them and understand? At last, it could be for states effectiveness of public funds or notion of accountability. So in Europe, open research, okay, I quick. In Europe, open research policy implementation has been mainly governed by technical obligation, minimizing the geostrategic dimension of data. However, what are the implications of opening up data without a clear understanding of economic and geopolitical implication? What could be the practical consequences of opening up data in international system based on competition, where certain players do not play the game of the reciprocity? How the geostrategic potential of data could be incorporated into strategy for opening up. For open science policy to truly serve the power states, it is essential to take into account the globalized economy in which they are embedded. It's not a question only to produce data. It's a question produce and capture the added value. Data could be produced in Europe, but the value produced, and the previous speakers say some words about it, and also Sylvie, where the value is really produced. Are we the nursery for the global? Is Europe a nursery for for the competitive power? So, research data are the backbone. If we really want to reach the Lisbon objective, we must consider that research data in particular are strategic assets. Research data are the backbone of the European and national strategic autonomy. Not deeply considering it's mean offering the competitors opportunity to support their economic growth and strategic economy with European data. Developing, to fully exploit this strategy, the potential, strategic potential, it is important to adopt a combat posture, to develop a spirit of defense at all levels of society. Developing the spirit of defense is to be aware of the value produced so that it is not used or even looted by others. At researcher level, it is not only the question of to assess scientific value, it's also be able to assess the economic value of data and their geopolitical value too. It's a question of power. Power is not only a full competition. We are soft, sharp. We have many ways to influence and to be aligned, to be stand up. At citizen level, at a citizen level, developing the spirit of defense means recognizing our own and all collective and individual value, to be less sensitive to devaluing messages, to be able to face the headwinds. Developing data literacy, science literacy, and many others literacy would support the ability to take a step back from information, strengthening thus the European resilience. As the Swedish experience did it, for example. It's very interesting. So once again, research data are really strategic asset to develop power, global power, not hegemonic one, but also for not only hegemonic one. We can discuss. Discuss. Research data are really strategic assets for the EU autonomy and sovereignty to make, I hope, a third way. So
thank you very much, Valérie. Thank you. Thank you for this very thoughtful presentation, which indeed adds some food for thought to Sylvie's presentation. I just keep one or two ideas, which are connected to both of you. First, the idea of a binomial, competition versus cooperation. And it seems to be so far that competition is having the upper hand, although a strong need for cooperation. And for instance, vis-a-vis common global challenges. The COVID-19 crisis was especially telling about this, especially because there was a global need for cooperation in order to find as quickly as possible vaccines. And the famous issue of messenger RNA was extremely instrumental in this. The second, when we're talking about competition versus cooperation, is also the question of level you raised. Is it strictly global or is it local, and how far? Why am I raising this? Because it remains within the dilemma between cooperation and competition. Jeremiah Rifkin, the famous American economist, wrote in, I think, 2013, a famous book when he raised and he stressed the growing importance of cooperative economy rather than competitive economy, which is more an economy of use rather than and share, rather than economy of belonging. Cooperation economy is, in a sense, for us from the European Union, something of the heart at the European integration intuition, which is cooperation rather than competition. But at the same time, we are facing challenges from this. So indeed, we are having the famous balance to find permanently, as you say, as open and as close as possible. Not only here, but also for the exchange students Hans raised, or other kind of competition raised by Hannah as well. So indeed, we are having here a huge agenda about things to discern about all these issues. But without further waiting, maybe would you like one of you provide an answer or reaction to the other presentation so far? No? Okay, then, ladies and gentlemen, the floor is yours. Who would like to raise the first remark or critic? Yes, Hannah.
Thank you. Thank you for both really interesting presentations. I have two, well, one maybe it'll turn into a question, and one more, this is for both of you, one more specific question that I think. And I think what comes out really, and for an economist in particular, this is interesting. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. In both of your presentations, it seems that it's increasingly difficult to divide between economic and politics. So we interchange between geoeconomic, geopolitics, and should we just be using one term that encompasses, everything? Do you think there's a clear definition or differentiation between the economic realm and the political realm? So I guess that's the question, is how you would see that. And for Valérie, first you describe yourself as a humble observer. You have very good observations, just to point that out. That was really interesting. And I was thinking about language in your discussion of open science and how language fits in there, because even if we strive for open science and more equity on that front, if it's all in English, then it's not that equitable. So that was my question to you. Thank you.
Valérie, please.
Yeah. Maybe you remember the on the July the 4th 2017 from memory. Pascal Lamy presented a famous report, Lab Apps, or I don't know, maybe it's the Lab Apps, something like that. And he said, we know how to make research with money. We don't know how to make money with research. So clearly, this point related research is becoming a tool for competition. And since that time, as the European Commission developed mission area, 5 mission, remember, for common challenges to gather together. It's another way to have power. When you invite people to cooperate, you include in your influence circle. They're not obliged to cooperate, but they invite. You recognize they're able to. You recognize we can do better together. Not colonialism that we know and you don't know. We are able to share, we are able to move together towards something. Not as some cooperation that managed now. In a way we did something, and another way we did another thing. Different. Oh, we were a partner. No, we are provider. We're not partner. It's different. From my side, it's different. Cooperation is to face something together, not to have exchange. It's my definition of cooperation. And since 5 to 7 years, states are becoming more and more smart investors. Smart investors because they want results. It's a question of accountability of policy. We can discuss a lot about that because until now, we in France, I think we didn't have any accountability system of politics. Yeah, it's done or not done, but what is the impact? I don't remember we'll speak about impact this morning. What is the impact? Not the outcome. Yes, it's done. We use a sector to manage 10% to get them out of the unemployment. Yes, but did they get unemployment? A job. A good job, not only job, a good job. So we really need to progress towards that. If we really want to make research a real tool, a peace tool, not a war tool, because tools could be peace or war, towards human development at large, really we need to know the value we have and not to solve it freely and so open without, I lobby for to increase researcher consciousness about the values they create. I see so many, I can't explain here directly the cases, but really, sometimes they are not really conscious about the value. And okay, scientific value is there, but economic value is also out of Europe, clearly out of Europe. And it's not only a matter of, yes, we don't have any funds or capability to lever funding. Not only, because in fact, the first step of creating value is capture before our own capability to lever funds. I have three cases in mind. So, okay.
Thank you, Valérie. Sylvie.
Yeah, I want to react about the distinction between economics and politics. If you think about the beginning of globalization in the beginning of the 90s, the idea was fair competition, sometimes cooperation may led us to a better world, remember the United Nations goals to reduce poverty in half, etc., etc. I think at that time, it was the time of economists explaining, that development, or that globalization will help to reduce poverty all over the world, to develop people, to develop countries, etc., and then improve education and standard of living, sure. But the issue is, was competition really fair? And you know, our economic models are based on the assumption of pure and perfect competition. And in reality, we can see it was never the case. And that's the difficulty, and why competition is not fair and was never fair, mostly because of politics and political intervention. You can have political support and you can have industrial policy, etc., etc. But it depends on the objective. If the objective is to protect your national interest, is to isolate yourself or to support your leadership, in that case, it is a strategic policy. And you do that to reduce the power, the influence, I would say, of other countries. You are in a competition that is much more a political one than an economic one. And that's the difference. And that connects with your question when I finished to speak. Do we invest today in an education that will support our world to go in a good way or in a better way? Clearly not. That's not the issue today. But I think in Europe, because we are a really interesting and original model in that time, we may support that idea, even if it is a sort of utopia. And I'm a little bit surprised. Yesterday, I was in a conference about economic security and comparing economic security in Europe, etc. And I'm always interested in that conference, or people, or European people, European experts, try to explain that economic security is not protectionism. The objective is only, they explain us, the objective is only to protect. But when you protect, that's protectionism. In the same time, can we accept to stay open? Can we accept to try to support fair competition in front of people that are not really fair and that threaten you? That's the issue. I'm not sure to have the good answer. I would say, no, we can't, but that's not the good answer.
Valérie.
Yeah, in fact, it's a very difficult situation, or it could be very, make us very, and really, we're often seem to be obliged to think in some way, not to have to explore other parts. And I think our duty, or it's mine, how in all my interaction I can make, yes, the world is difficult. Yes, the situation is critical. Yes, it's very awful wars and dehumanization of the world. But we are human. We need to go towards our humanity, to develop our humanity. And the paper of education now and European education need to develop programs to develop humanity. And humanity, from my side, is what? We should be aware that we are all human beings facing the same earth. As plants, we live in Europe and others live in Africa or in Asia. Their context is different, so they grew with other ideas, with other explanation of the world, with other representation of their paper. Okay, good, it's a situation. But as invasive or not invasive, collaborative cooperation in nature, how we can transmit or transpose that to education, to strengthen, to develop new plans, new ideas, new program of education, to build together something new, not to repeat. Competition, it's natural somewhere. We knew that, we learned that. Maybe it's not true. Maybe it's not true. Maybe you have seen probably the filmism, I can't say, une pieuvre.
An octopus.
An octopus, yes.
Octopus strategy. When times is difficult, octopus have a collaborative behavior. When it's difficult, it's very interesting. We need to be maybe an octopus to develop octopus behaviors for us in difficult, but enlarger, not because sometimes you have to choose between this case or this partner or this partner. No, we can. I think that we will be more peaceful with multilateral cooperation, not only US or China or another. Yeah. Just to be open to the world and to the complexity. Don't be afraid about that. And we need to, I don't know how we can do that, not for a moment, how we can make our children, students, and so on, all from the young age to the last diploma, comfortable with complexity.
Mm-hmm.
I think that is comfortable with risk. Comfortable with failure. This is for me the main issue that we need to progress, particularly in France.
If I may, before giving you the floor, Corinne, just one aspect to your first question about economy and politics. One of the examples we can provide from an expression from Ted Lowy, who was the chairman of the International Political Science Association at the Quebec City Congress in 2000, and he said there is no such thing of economy, there is only political economy, because whatever economic policy you are making, it's a political choice. Second, I'm just struck by the fact that from your answers, we're talking about security, we're talking about economy. I think we are facing more and more encompassing substance of both concepts, which is more and more complex. Economy is no more simply getting more and more money. Mm-hmm. There are more and more interdisciplinary issues. For instance, that's why, for instance, with the UN, since the year 2000, they're talking more and more, less and less about security, but more and more about human security, which is something that needs to be taken into account. Just to Corinne.
Yeah, my question is really a follow-up on, thank you, Hannah's question and what you've both been saying, which is this. We seem to be increasingly living in a world where the predominant dynamic is the zero-sum game, right? If that's correct, then is there a middle way? I'm thinking about Europe in particular. Can Europe, okay, let's put the US, China on the side. We understand what they're about and they're doing. Could the EU represent a third way that would be a middle way? And if you're tempted to say yes, and we need this and we need that, let me remind you that in a zero-sum game dynamic, there are no rules. The other guys have no rules. They will do anything. They will break anything. They have no scruples. So doesn't a middle way that would consist in being open when necessary, being closed when necessary, encouraging nevertheless scientific cooperation, openness, etc., because these are fundamental values. When would that be? recipe for eventually just sinking.
Which is another way to answer your question, zero-sum game or negative-sum game.
Yeah.
We're depleting resources from the world, for instance. I'll just, François.
Just of what Corinne's just said, I think that there is a similarity between higher education and the European foreign policy. I would say exactly the same. It is the thing that the European Union has a specific international foreign policy, which purpose is peace, and then is European Union peaceful power, or is it the power among the other powers, which plays exactly the same game? As we said, I think that for education, it's the same, exactly the same interrogation. And it's also related probably to the construction and the purpose of the European construction. When we speak about open data, it means open data among the European countries.
Sure. That's true.
If the European Union becomes Union of power, then what will be the future of this open data? It doesn't mean it in the sense at international level where we have rivalries among nations and powers.
Thank you. Oh, sorry, yeah.
To confirm this what you were saying.
This Emmanuel Lanco.
That China refused any kind of open world framework.
Yeah, sure.
That's for sure. They have developed maybe 20 years ago a concept, a very interesting concept. Cultural protection. It means ideological protection against Europe, against the US. So we have to keep in mind that we are no more living in an open world. This is very important. So I'm not sure that we can share our data with everyone at any time. This world is over.
Absolutely.
Hold on. Okay, I don't know. Is there any? Okay, maybe we first answer to these first round of questions, and then we go to another one. Valérie, Sylvie or Valérie, please. Sylvie. Okay.
That's an interesting question, the question of the third way. And I think a lot of countries all over the world, except US and China, would be interested in that third way. But we are not playing together. And we have to keep in mind, and I was thinking that when you talk, François, China and US are using today a lot of instruments that are normally considered as soft power ones, such as education, as hard power ones. And in that framework, that's really, really difficult to define a third way that may have the opportunity to win, I would say, market shares in reality. Because you are in a hard world with two powerful countries that have no interest to change anything in their strategy today, because they are clearly, I will say in war, and I don't like the term war, but in competition, and in a hard competition to stay the first one in reality. And I don't know today how to manage that. Maybe to be a little bit optimistic, maybe you remember at the end my conclusion, I said one of the challenges is the aging of population. I think we may play in that field, investing in education in South country, to support the development of South country. I don't know, there is something to do in that field, probably something to do. And that's a soft power. And that may convince people and countries to accept and to be interested in that way.
Valérie.
Yeah, thank you, Corinne, for your question. In fact, I don't think that the game is a zero-sum game. Because this idea of balance game is not balance. I fully agree with you when you say, yeah, there's no rule, in fact. So we know that there are no rules. So don't play. Don't obey to our culture of, yeah, we say that, we do that. We need to increase our player behavior. I don't know, capacity to play. Capacity to play. Knowing that in front of you, you don't have someone who can fully trust in. You're going to build trust step by step, really slowly. And even with odd competitors, personally, when you reach to make the link, interpersonal link, person tell you their limit officially, their personal limit, their social limit. It's very interesting because in a cooperation, it's not more institutional cooperation. It's become more and more, how can I say, not integrated because it will never be integrated, but you have the key to understand why they behave and they say that and that in this meeting, or why this subject is going slowly, or it's to help you to make a sort of decrypt the situation, because sometimes you feel completely lost. Yeah, I don't understand what it is like that. But we are all human beings in front of or with a huge, can I say, cartable, sac à dos.
And a backpack
with many cultural limits, social limits, thinking, limiting thinking, and so on. That it not be able to really freely, openly interact. And more we are in a really world that is limiting this capacity to be open.
We are having two questions then. Hans, and then you are with, yes, please.
More than questions, observations. One question about politics and economics. I absolutely agree with Pierre. There's only something like political economy. And when economics make decisions, they can be very catastrophic. Take the World Bank on higher education. In the 1980s decided that we should only focus on primary education, secondary education, forget about investing in higher education. It was catastrophic for the development of education in general in the global south. So the decisions are having, political decisions have economic consequences when you do that. Secondly, I was feeling like the discussion was not too much about China and US are terrible and Europe is good. Of course, that's not as simple as that. Europe is playing the same kind of
white and black face.
The only thing that Europe, the European Union, even not European Union, is still divided very much, and that makes it very weak in this context. So, and in everything, I think discussions also always have to be from our side. What are the ethical dimensions to it? What are the implications of what we're doing for the people and the countries that we're working for? And we have to keep that, in particular, if we talk into an ethical context of Catholic higher education, that should be driving us. We always have to say, well, in economics and in politics, whatever we do, the ethical, the values that we must also talking about should be driving us very much in our directions. It will not be easy because we see that even in the elections last week, we're not going in the right direction. But if we not, as also in the higher education sector, and as politicians and economics in higher education, emphasize that, we go really into the catastrophe.
Thank you, Hans. Yes, please, could you introduce yourself?
My comment might be a bit off-topic, but I mean, as a hard to do this, I mean, essential long-term planning, because we mentioned like countries like China, India, whatever. From a diplomatic past, I say these countries are like China, where you have a moderate political system which is being divorced from China. India, despite being a democracy, but foreign policy did not change much, especially in the way it promotes and projects power externally. Unlike Western countries and democracies in general, we tend to have changing politicians, changing administrations, subsequently change strategies, whatever. And like any investment, it takes time to mature. And a lot of our competitors, like China, good or bad, their policies, they have all the time in front of them to fine-tune and push toward those objectives. Good or bad, I'm not going to go there. While I like us, I mean, I saw countless strategies in all kinds of spheres across the EU. And you have 5 years pass, and then when you take stock of the indicators, you reach certain indicators, you miss a lot, and then you come up with the new strategy. So, personally, I think that long-term strategies, I mean, long-term planning is critical. We cannot afford to keep on sitting on our lawyers and keep on dishing out strategies one after the other. And while our competitors, good or bad, I mean, they know what they want, even if it's wrong or bad. But I mean, there's this distinction is palpable. So
Thank you. A last question, yes, please.
I wanted to go back, thank you, to the last point you had said.
Just wait a minute, microphone. Because then those who are listening online can hear your question.
I'm Marie from the University. I wanted to go back to your last point, about demography. Because research and innovation is also about human people. And we just received a few months ago as director of the Catholic University in Korea. And we said, oh, we're thinking about the university in 2100. And he said, 2100, in 20 years, we are dead. Because there is no more students in Korea. Because there are no more students in Korea.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe we move further. You just expressed that there will be growing competition about human resources, about talents, and it will be critical for countries such as Japan, Korea, but also China, and even for Europe. So maybe move forward into this specific link between research and innovation, which is people. Thank you.
So who would like to answer to this? Because I think we need now to move to the end of our session. Valérie, as briefly as possible. To these huge questions.
Difficult for me. I would like to go back to your points, Mr. I forget Philippe, and what said also Emmanuel. Question of cultural protection. In fact, it's the idea, the mindset, the idea, the representation you have that lead you to the action and the position you have in society. And in fact, it's difficult. For sure, we need to be value-based to reinforce our value. But in the relativism spirit, how we can strengthen values that support our conviction here at the Catholic organization. It's difficult, in fact. I grew up, I never thought about what I've been taught. It's now confronted with others that I recognize the difference. But it's very difficult because everything could be good, even sometimes we heard that some non-democratic model, it's a good solution. So I think it's very critical from my side.
And to Philippe, you wanted to answer?
In fact, it's quite a relativism position.
Okay. Sylvie?
Maybe I can answer to Pierre-Marie. I think South Korea, Japan, even Europe and US, we will find a way to manage this competition, because we have the university, we have schools, and a lot of people from all over the world would like to go in that universities. The main problem will probably be for South country, and we begin to see that in India. Then we were during the first decade of globalization, we were in a world where for the first time in our history, the globalization, global trade, and allowed a lot of countries to emerge in that global competition. It was a positive sum game in reality for that countries, and a lot of people find opportunities in that world. Everything was not perfect, but was better than previously for that countries. Today, with this issue of aging population, I'm not sure it will continue. I think that young people, talented young people, will come in our countries to find a good education, to become high-skilled workers, and they will stay there. You can see that in the US yet, and you can see that in India, and a lot of engineers and young people want to go in the US and to work in the US, and that will be a challenge.
Well, with this, I think we can conclude this second session, which is extremely thoughtful, and I thank very much Sylvie and Valérie for their very interesting presentation. And now we are moving to the next part of the program.
Yes, we're going to have lunch now. So the sandwiches and all are going to be there, and you can also eat outside. Well, there is sun from Brazil.
My goodness, we just avoid that.
We started the third time.
Thank you.
Merci à vous deux.
Merci. Merci. C'était très stimulant. C'était vraiment agréable.
Ça va bien.
Vraiment agréable. Non.
I'm Louis-Marie Clouet from the University Catholic de Lille, and I would like to thank you all for being here today, and thank you, the COMECE and the FIUC in French, to having invited me to moderate this panel. Panel with two persons who will focus more specifically on the issues of national security and how it impacts cooperation in higher education. We've got many examples of researchers who've been imprisoned as being labeled for espionage or for other problems by governments who consider that academics can also pose a threat to their national security. We've seen that there is a growing concern about security of data, security of innovations that could be collected by persons from other countries, and governments are more and more aware and more putting pressure on academics, universities, and research on these security issues. So we've got two persons who will give us insight on this question. So I will let Mirko van Meugen present himself, as he will replace Catherine Romans-Notoglu, who could not come today. And then Ami Capit, who will take the floor. So maybe first, Mirko, you can present yourself, and you've got 15 minutes. for your presentation.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Mirko van Meijen. Thank you very much for the invitation. Very happy to be here. It was also secret that my name was not even in the program. It's a surprise to the moderator. No, so about my background, I'm working at the European Commission, DG Research and Innovation, which is almost a neighbor for the host organization. And I'm there in the international cooperation department. So all my colleagues are country desks dealing with cooperation with the US, cooperation with Australia, cooperation with China or Russia. I don't have any country under my responsibility. I do horizontal issues. More specifically, I'm dealing with research security. And I will touch upon the recently adopted council recommendation on research security. That's my topic, and I've been working on that for the past month. Maybe I should add that I'm a seconded national expert, as it is called, SME. This means that I'm seconded by the national administration, in my case, the Netherlands, where I usually work at the Ministry of Education, Culture and Science. But of course, now I work for the European Commission, and that is not representing the Netherlands, just to be sure. When I looked at the title of it triggered me, the title of the panel, Cross-Border Research Projects as the New Threat to National Security. Because I think the first thing I should say is that it's not the international cooperation that's a threat. It's more, I would rephrase it into these days, nowadays, when cooperating with other countries as a researcher, you will encounter certain risks. There will be certain risks. There are certain vulnerabilities, especially when you're cooperating with a partner located in a authoritarian regime or in a country where academic freedom only exists in theory. And there, the questions that is it business as usual? Does it matter, or do you have to take some precautions, some measures to make sure that everything is happening in a safe and secure way? So the message here is one, you should be aware of the risks, and second, you need to be resilient, or the organization you work for. It should ensure that there is a certain resilience. And then the outcome is not being open or closed. It's not black-white, either open or closed, but it's open and safe. So open and safe. It's like when you're driving a motorcycle, you better wear a helmet. It's not about whether or not to drive a motorcycle. Now, then, if you look at these threats and risks affect all sectors, also the energy sector, transport sector, all sectors. That's the world we live in. And the point I want to make here is that our sector, the research and innovation sector, is special. Why? Because of two things. One is on the fact that openness and international cooperation are in its DNA. It's not a nice to have, but it's what researchers do. It's at the core of what they do. And this openness and international cooperation and borderless cooperation is accompanied by certain vulnerabilities. And the second element is, I think, the way the sector is organized. I mean, the governance of the sector is defined by academic freedom and institutional autonomy. Meaning that also not at European level, but also at national level, it's not the minister in I think all countries. I think I can say that it's not the minister deciding or telling universities what they should do or what kind of. That's not how it works. It's very decentralized and bottom up. Then maybe also I add the European level. Why would the EU be involved in all this? Subsidiarity, the term I can use here. I think it's two things. One is what we see is that certain member states are taking measures, safeguarding measures, introducing certain measures. Others not yet. And member states are going in, those that are taking measures may go in different directions. And that's, of course, on the one hand, it's not so effective. If you want to avoid leakage of, it only makes sense if you're a European research area without borders, and then some parts are taking measures, others are not, so it's not effective. But the other thing is also that if it can create barriers between EU member states. If one is taking safeguarding measures and the other is not, you can get pressures also in research collaborations, that you see that 5 partners and one of them comes from a country where there are no safeguarding measures. It's a bit risky. I also heard an example, I wasn't expecting it, but that's why it surprised me. The other way around, 5 partners, 4 of them coming from countries where there were no restrictions, one, and there was, so this one had to be excluded. So there you see, there's the case for European involvement to bring about more consistency, and of course we do that in a way that is non-binding at this stage. And that takes a specific approach, taking into account what I just said about the sector. And that's how we ended up with a council recommendation, which is non-binding, but it gives guidance. We put the proposal on the table in January as part of an economic security package. And so it's a proposal for a council recommendation. And then the Belgian presidency in the council negotiated with the member states during 4 months in the research working party. So it's the research attachés from all the member states dealing with it. And now recently, only a few weeks ago, 23rd of May, the research ministers met in Brussels and adopted unanimously the recommendation. I put a little bit of emphasis on unanimously, because it cannot, a council recommendation can be adopted by qualified majority. But I'm very happy that this was unanimous, because it wouldn't make sense if one of the member states would say, well, interesting topic, I wish you the best of luck, but for us it's not so relevant. So that doesn't work like that. And so there's commitment, 27 member states on board. The Commission has a mandate also with this text, because there are recommendations to the Commission in the text. So we have a mandate to continue to work on this. And what you see, so I assume not all of you have read or have seen the text. So let me just say that it starts with description of how the world, what we see in the world, the problem description, so to say. Then a couple of definitions, because it's important to know what terms. So what do you mean with research security? What is a risk appraisal, and what is? So we have a couple of definitions. It's good to have 27 member states to have this same terminology, especially when the field is relatively new or young and not mature yet. And I'm also happy with that part. There's a part on principles for responsible internationalization and how you should read that. There's things like proportionality, respect for academic freedom, non-discrimination and no stigmatization, country agnostic. That kind of term, that's are the principles, and what we say is that these principles should underpin all measures taken by governments and universities, etc., to address research security. I will give an example. Imagine a member state would come up with a measure that would be clearly stigmatizing a certain group. Then it's probably not such a good measure, and you should come up with something better. So it's a sort of measuring stick, maybe, for measures to be developed. And then the measures, the recommendations to the member states, first to the governments, what should governments do? Now, I will not, for time reasons, I will not go into too much detail, but the most important one is, I think, engage with the sector, enter into dialogue with the sector to see who does what and when. Because it's important to have, in your national setting, to have a clear understanding of who is responsible for what. that you're not pointing to each other. Yeah, the government is not clear, and because of this unclarity, this happened, and then the government's pointing back that, yeah, it's academic freedom, so yeah, it's yours. No, so make sure that you have a dialogue and that you work together and come up with a coherent set of measures, and as a government, give support to the sector. The government has certain information that the sector does not. The university is not an intelligence agency. So if you share certain information about risks and threats, if you share that with the university, then in some way, then the university can take it into account. And otherwise, you should not be surprised if the university is not taking action because they're not aware. So that's the government. Then the funders, research funders, they play a very important role to incentivize. If you have a grant application procedure, you can incentivize the applicants by asking a couple of questions so that they think about possible risks. And then if you add indeed a couple of questions, then maybe in your funding organization, you need someone who is able to read the answers. So it has a human resource. I understand that this is, it sounds easy, but of course you have to organize it in a funding organization. You have to hire or have access to experts. Then the research performing organizations themselves, I think the main challenge is to integrate or to introduce risk management procedures or systems so that it's not ad hoc. It's not a coincidence that someone says, oh yeah, in that case, you may want to talk to this person, or yeah, it's not entirely clear. No. Make sure that it is clear that if you are engaging with a certain category or in a certain field, then it should go to the board. And the board should be aware of it, or that kind of, it already exists. Several universities already have these systems in place. So it's also learning from each other. And then the last but not least is the European Commission is addressed by the Council, asking them to explore options. That's the formulation. Explore options for the establishment of a center of expertise on research security. Here the question is, we need to know more about the risks and the threats. What are the threats exactly? Otherwise, we don't know whether the response is proportionate. So the more we know about the risks, the better. So that's one point of the research, but also what kind of measures are effective. That's also another field of research, I would say. What works and what doesn't. So we need to know more. So that's one of the tasks for this center of expertise, and also bringing together, creating networks of experts across Europe. Of course, we should also look into the future. The successor to Horizon Europe, that this is also all safe and secure and research security proof. We engage with partners around the globe that also are establishing these kind of frameworks in the US, in Australia, in other countries, UK, of course. We need to engage with them at the European level. And there's much more, but I think that's almost my time is so.
2 minutes left.
Oh, really? Yes. Then the bonus.
Oh, we can move forward if you want to. Yeah. Then maybe there will be questions.
Yeah, sure. Let's do that. Yeah, that's better.
So I'm presenting Amy Capit. Amy is online with us today. So Amy, you're a senior program officer for advocacy at Scholars at Risk. So then we will focus with you on what is really happening when scholars may be target of or maybe threatened or maybe sort of pion of geopolitical conflicts, or maybe at the heart of these geopolitical issues, and what we can do to help them understand or to help them to be freed in the worst case. So, Amy, could you maybe give us more insight about where you're working, what you're working for, and about this specific issue of a threat to national security? How is it happening, and is it evolving? The floor is yours.
So hi, thank you. I'm happy to be here today. What I'm going to do is focus on transnational surveillance and repression in higher education as a barrier to cross-research cross-border research collaboration. And I'll explain in a minute why I'm taking that sort of as my focus rather than the framework of national security. But first, just a brief introduction to Scholars at Risk for anybody who isn't familiar with the organization. We're an international network of institutions and individuals, and our mission is to protect scholars and promote academic freedom. So what we do is arrange temporary academic positions at our member universities and colleges for scholars who are at risk in their own countries so that they can continue doing their academic work in conditions of safety. We also engage in advocacy to build stronger norms of academic freedom, including by monitoring attacks on higher education and producing an annual report called Free to Think. Our monitoring work, which is the work that I lead, includes incidents of transnational repression where we're able to identify and verify them. And we're also planning to focus on the issue of transnational repression as a key theme in our upcoming report, Free to Think 2024, which will be released likely around October 1st. So first, I want to talk a little bit about what transnational repression looks like and explain why I'm focusing on this question of transnational repression as opposed to something like foreign government espionage, foreign interference, or extraterritorial censorship in academic institutions. So the stealing of intellectual property by foreign governments has been an issue of national security for some years now. Mirko did a good job kind of going over that. And I don't want to minimize that problem, but what I would argue is that the focus on intellectual property conceals a significant problem, which is the impact that foreign government intervention has on individual scholars and students and their academic freedom, and particularly the sense of safety and security that they feel to generate new ideas and technologies and contribute to the most pressing social debates. So I would say that transnational repression is a slightly broader framework that includes issues of national security. So what is transnational repression? There's no single definition, but generally it refers to authoritarian governments' efforts to suppress dissent, usually among citizens abroad, but sometimes it affects non-citizens as well, including through harassment, intimidation, and surveillance. The scale of transnational repression isn't entirely clear. It's an emerging area of research, but there have been a few recent studies that have looked at this issue. So for example, Freedom House looked at transnational repression on United States university and college campuses and called it an everyday threat on campuses. The report highlighted the role of China, but also found that other countries, including Egypt, India, Rwanda, and Saudi Arabia, have engaged in transnational repression of students and scholars abroad. And another recent study by Amnesty International found that transnational repression by China, the Chinese government, had a profound chilling effect in 8 countries, which included the United States, Canada, Belgium, France, Germany, the Netherlands, Switzerland, and the United Kingdom. So I just want to give a few examples of what transnational repression might look like. So, for example, and these are examples drawn from, for example, the Amnesty International report and the Freedom House reports, and include things like participants at events being photographed and recorded, often by maybe a member of the government or the foreign government or by a peer, and then their family members in their country of origin being contacted by police and threatened or even arrested. It might include a student warning a classmate not to say something in class, saying something like, you'll get in trouble. It could include an academic making public remarks criticizing his government in his country of origin, which then accuses him of criminal acts and tries to have him deported. It could include digital surveillance of comments made by students or scholars abroad on platforms like WeChat or other social media apps. It could include, as we've seen, requiring students funded by scholarships to sign loyalty pledges. So China has done this. They've required the signing of loyalty pledges in order to receive scholarships for study abroad. And it could include travel bans or a freeze on assets or the designation of foreign institutions as undesirable. So what are the effects of these acts on cross-border research? So many governments and universities have chosen to address concerns about transnational repression and foreign government surveillance with sort of monolithic actions. And those pose a significant impediment to cross-border research collaboration. So it might include reducing research collaboration altogether. There was a recent study by a recent survey by the International Association of Universities of more than 700 universities worldwide that found that cutting international research collaboration is primarily a trend in the United States and Europe. And more than half of the universities in Europe and North America surveyed said that they have restricted partnerships either because of new government rules or on their own initiative. This year, for example, the Canadian government announced that it would no longer fund research collaborations in key scientific fields if research partners are linked to military defense or state security organizations of China, India, Iran, or Russia. In Australia, in February of this year, the Australian foreign minister wrote to more than 30 university vice chancellors and presidents asking them to pause research partnerships with Iranian institutions because of concerns over the human rights situation in the country and concerns about security risks. And importantly, I would say that reducing research collaboration may actually be counterproductive to national security interests. For example, as research collaboration between Russian scholars and institutions in Russian scholars and institutions and those in the United States and Europe have collapsed, China has become Russia's biggest research collaborator, and that's as measured by jointly produced papers. And that I would argue is an issue of concern, the building of these alliances. Another way that transnational repression affects cross-border research collaboration is through the banning of foreign scholars, researchers, or students. So in 2019, the neurology department of Johns Hopkins University in the United States received notification that effective immediately, Johns Hopkins Medical School is temporarily halting the appointment of all visiting scientists. More recently, in December 2023, the Miami-based Florida International University paused the hiring of Chinese citizens and citizens of 6 other countries of concerns, including Iran, Cuba, North Korea, Russia, Syria, and Venezuela, while waiting for the State University Systems Board of Governors to create a vetting process. And then a variety of universities in the United States, Sweden, Denmark, the Netherlands, and Germany have suspended or broken collaboration with students funded by the Chinese Scholarship Council, which is implicated in espionage and, as I said earlier, requires the signing of loyalty pledges, but that doesn't necessarily mean that all students who fund these scholarships are involved in espionage. Cross-border transnational repression and responses to it also include the arrest and interrogation of professors from particular countries. So the most kind of infamously, the United States Department of Justice China initiative that was launched in 2018 aimed at preventing the Chinese government from stealing US scientific research, but it resulted in the FBI interrogating and arresting scientists of Chinese origin. Most of them were eventually acquitted or their cases were dropped. And surveillance continued after the program ended in 2022. And there have been kind of widespread reports that it left this legacy of fear among scientists of Chinese heritage and has led scholars, Chinese scholars, to either leave the United States or switch their affiliation to Chinese institutions or to decide not to pursue US government funding. There have also been reductions in study abroad and international student exchange. So fewer Chinese students are studying abroad because they don't necessarily feel like they are more free elsewhere than they would be in China because of the surveillance of their what they say abroad. And then, for example, fewer US students are studying in China The numbers there are actually quite shocking. Only about 700 American students are studying in China today, and that's down from a peak of 25,000 a decade ago. So that's a dramatic drop. There's also refusal by academics to hire research assistants from stigmatized countries. So Amnesty International found a pattern of faculty members declining to work with Chinese research assistants because they were worried that it would affect their visas, their ability to get a visa to China. And cumulatively, all of these responses limit cross-border academic exchange, reduce opportunities to cultivate cross-national understanding, and limit access on campus to information in the subjects and fields impacted by transnational repression. I'll just conclude with a few recommendations. So I think my first major recommendation is that governments and universities need to recognize the problem and commit to addressing it. There's still severe under-recognition of the problem by the governments, higher education administrators, and faculty members. And we need to develop a better understanding of the problem that goes, as I said earlier, beyond the framework of national security. As I said earlier, I'll just underscore it because I think this is one of the main points of my presentation, is that that such a framework overlooks the ways that transnational repression is both a human rights issue and a threat to academic freedom. And I would also say that the national security perspective heightens the risk that those who are ultimately the victims of transnational repression, the scholars and students working and studying abroad, will be stigmatized and marginalized in the responses. So that brings me to a second recommendation: avoid stigmatizing responses and continue to collaborate with partners in authoritarian and repressive environments. We need to ensure that all responses to transnational repression respect the human rights and academic freedom of students and staff, including, for example, by ensuring they follow the principles for implementing the right to academic freedom, which SAR, along with a working group, developed. It articulates 9 essential aspects of the right to academic freedom. We need to ensure that university representatives are equipped to accurately assess the risks and likelihood of espionage or transnational repression in a given research partnership. We need to ensure that universities develop risk management systems to support partnerships with institutions and individuals in authoritarian and repressive countries. Third, creating and disseminating best practices for responding to transnational repression. And this includes for government officials who might be frontline responders, responding to individuals who have actually experienced transnational repression, and also for faculty and university administrators to address transnational repression on campus, including within classrooms and by integrating them into university codes of conduct. We also need to ensure that those responses to those who have reported transnational repression are provided fairly and without discrimination. And finally, investing in cybersecurity infrastructure and training. Digital surveillance is particularly prevalent and important to address, and researchers, scholars, and students need to be educated and know how to protect themselves. There are a series of resources out there that, and examples of resources, guidance, good practice. There's the European Commission's toolkit on tackling research and innovation, foreign interference. Amnesty International and Freedom House's reports have a strong set of recommendations. Some universities, although not very many, have created guidance for their own universities. So the University of Wisconsin at Madison has an information guide. And then a group of academics in the United Kingdom have formed the Academic Freedom and Internationalization Working Group and produced a model code of conduct for the protection of academic freedom and the academic community in the context of internationalization of the UK higher education sector. I don't have a presentation, so otherwise I would have all of those on the screen, but I'm happy to share those resources with anybody who is interested. And I will just, I'll conclude there.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, we've moved into dark realities. May I say, Mirko, do you want to react, or does it sound? Have you taken into account this issue that Amy has raised in your specific work on the codon?
I should have started with the definition. It's I had no slides. It's the same problem as you. Otherwise, I would have put it up. Because the good thing about the European, what I also appreciate about the European definition of research security, which may differ a little bit from other parts of the world, is that we take a broad approach. And that was very important for the member states. So the first is indeed what you would say the undesirable transfer of critical knowledge and technology that may affect the security of the Union and its member states. That's exactly what you pointed out. For instance, so that as a researcher, you don't want to be involved in a project where, if only you had looked into it a little bit more careful, then you would have known that the link to the military in China, for instance, and then you're involved in some sort of military program without knowing it, or that's the first element. Second dimension is indeed this what you presented here, which is the malign influence on research, where research can be instrumentalized by or from third countries in order to inter alia create disinformation or incite self-censorship among students and researchers, infringing academic freedom and research integrity. So this is indeed this foreign interference part. With the pressure on students and the loyalty, all of that, and the Amnesty International report is indeed very interesting to read. And then the third element would be more on the ethical side, so that you would be, as a researcher, you would be involved in a project that and the end use is actually violating human rights. Classic example is surveillance. So these two grounds, so the military end use and the unethical end use, it usually resonates with the research community. That a researcher, scientists will say, well, no, of course, I don't want to be involved in that. I don't want to be complicit. So that's why these two grounds are mentioned. Now, if I may react as well, so I'm still, for this dimension of this malign influence, I'm actually still looking for more concrete measures that governments and universities can take, because I understand there needs to be training, but okay, what are you going to say in such a training? That's what's the content of the training. There needs to be guidance. Yeah, but okay, there needs to be guidance, but what do you have to write down? And what kind of concrete measures can you take? Okay, maybe you have a counselor for social safety, that you can talk to someone in private and secure environment. Okay, we can train this person to that he or she is aware of this repression. But what should he or she say to the student or the researcher? I've only, so maybe one of the examples where I thought, this may help is, for instance, I heard about a British university where the students were allowed to submit their papers without mentioning their name. But it's quite drastic, and also so that in a classroom, how are you going to organize that? It's unanimous. Numbers, So you're also losing something when you do that. When you go down that path, you're also losing something. So,
Can I just add one thing there? Sorry, and I apologize because I can't see the room. So, but just to say that I think one of the major things that the reason I put recognition of the problem as the first thing is that there's a real, particularly among universities, there's a real resistance to recognizing this broader problem, particularly what you're calling the malign influence issue. And I would say, and this might be colored by personal experience as a professor in the classroom, professors don't know what they need to be looking out for. So I think the very first step is that universities need to be recognizing the problem and making sure that their own faculties and administrators understand the dynamics of the problem. And then you can start to have professors who are able to put in place things like what you just mentioned, which is students turning in their papers without names or whatever, whatever other practices might be useful. And that will need to be tailored to specific classes. That's specifically for students, I would say. We're not just talking about students, but yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there.
Do your recommendation integrate the fact that the European Union could protect only its own citizens, but could also protect citizens from other countries who seek to do research in Europe and who could be surveyed or who could be influenced or who could be threatened by their own countries?
Yeah, this dimension is addressed in the text, so it is seen as a part of the problem, and we do have several reports on it that this is actually happening. Also on the CSC scholarship that you mentioned, it's been in the press. It's not a secret. It's in the press that there was disloyalty, or you just have to add a couple of names of relatives and their addresses before you go. That kind of yeah. And they may be contacted if you do something wrong. Yeah. So that kind of the practices are, the information about the practices is there, I think. But now, what is the perspective? What can we actually do? Because that will be immediately. I think if you would go up to a professor and say, well, you should be aware of it. The immediate second question will be, okay, so what do you expect me to do? That's still, I'm being very open here. I don't have many answers.
Questions? Please.
Yeah, questions.
And please present yourself for Amy.
Amy. Yeah. Answer with Professor Emeritus Boston College. More comment. I mean, the question is, what can you do? I think there's no perfect answer to that. It's nearly impossible. But there are 2 points that are very important. One, we have to be aware that we should not make it like all Chinese are bad or all Chinese are good, or all Saudi Arabians are good, or etc. So that's one of the biggest problems that we face. So transparency and discussion is very important, and also use students themselves and faculty themselves from those countries. They know much better than we what is happening. Chinese students in my classroom in Boston College, they know exactly what the embassy was doing to try to control that information, to see how to go issues. I don't think that making numbers etc. help, because it is the interaction in the classroom that is the issue. Not only the papers that they write, but also can they speak freely, and that's the way we see it. So be clear about that. But there's no perfect answer, because also we cannot close things down. We need to keep the channels open. If we don't keep the channels open, then we are basically doing exactly the same what we are telling that they are doing wrong. So it's be transparent. That's the most important.
It's also this element of dependencies, financial dependencies. That's maybe also an element. If the whole research project is 100% paid by the other party, then you have less of a position to maybe speak up as a host.
Thank you very much for your talk. I would ask 2 questions. First, as you know, Russia and Iran practice this kind of diplomacy of hostages. Would you recommend to go to China? And do you think that China is a country of risk for a search or an academic? And the second question, there is a contradiction with what you were saying, because of course we have Chinese students and Arab students and so on. But there is another problem. As an academic, if you want to go on your survey about China, is it still possible to work with China in those conditions, censorship, control of information, and the risk of being yourself an hostage. This is a contradiction. I have no answer, but I would like to ask your testimony on this.
And Amy, maybe you could also react. Yeah. Maybe reaction to these two questions, Amy?
I'm going to have to ask you to repeat. I couldn't hear, unfortunately.
The second one, you want to repeat the questions?
Maybe try.
I will repeat it. So the question is, on the one hand, we have to keep the channel open and to try to figure out how we can work with, for instance, Chinese colleagues. But we have to be aware that we can be also the prey of a hostage policy made by countries that that may forbid researchers from the European Union to go to work in China because of censorship, because of access to data, because of that kind of surveillance that we may face. So practically, is China still is a country at risk? Should we try, however, to work with Chinese researchers?
Find maybe another alternative such as Taiwan.
And then find other alternatives such as Taiwan.
I don't have a good answer, like a very specific answer, other than the fact that I strongly believe that continuing collaboration is absolutely essential, and that everything ultimately needs to be taken on a case-by-case basis. And so any academic who is interested in doing research in a place like China should be well educated on we just need academics who are doing, and researchers to be better educated, better trained, and have the capacities to be able to keep their data secure, to be able to assess the risks themselves. And I think all of that comes from, universities themselves. And I realize not all universities have the capacity to do so. So maybe it's hard to say something blanket for the world or for all of Europe or even all of the United States, but universities need to have the resources to be able to ensure that their researchers and academics are able to develop those capacities.
Is there a reluctance of universities and scholars to interact with such people as the Ministry of Defense, the Minister, the services of our different countries, because of academic independence, because of the tradition that such defense ministry should not interfere with our academic liberties. So there is a clash of cultures. Do you feel that? Do you also have this kind of discussion because you said you were working with the Ministry of Research, but do you have also discussions with the Council of Ministers of Defense, of police or interior? Maybe Amy or Mirko?
Yeah. So that's another good question and issue. To establish, so Ministry of Education and Research is usually, and I come from the Dutch ministry, but also the same goes for the Commission, by the way. It's not usually, typically, you're not working very closely together with the intelligence and security services. This is not a well-established working relationship, but one of the things here in research security is to indeed establish that contact and establish these. And then in the beginning, you will find that you come from different worlds. I have some nice anecdotes, but I will say. But then in the end, you start to understand each other. And I think also for the intelligence community, it means that they will also have to adapt their working methods. For instance, there's examples of liaison officers where a university has a contact person that in case of doubts or in case of they could talk to this person. there's other ways of doing this, like a contact point that universities can contact. In Netherlands, we have such a national contact point. I think in the US, in some cases, there's even someone posted on the campus or close to the campus. Now, that kind of things for establishing this collaboration, which not always exists. But then coming back to going to China, but yeah, it's okay. I understand that living there is, of course, another, if you really establish yourself there. But I think nowadays it's already more and more common practice that they will tell you that if you go there, maybe not bring your laptop, or maybe not use your mobile phone. That kind of awareness is increasing. It has changed in a relatively short period of time, I think. You have these heat trainings that you can do. It's a hostile environment. It sounds really, but it's that's the sort of training you can do to be more aware of in what kind of environment am I, and why am I in this very luxurious hotel, and are they treating me like a rock star? Well, maybe there's some other agenda behind this. Yeah.
Amy?
I don't have very much to add there. And just to underscore the point, I think the point about collaboration between universities and intelligence is an important one. And I think it does require, I think my concern when we start talking about the collaboration with intelligence services is it automatically puts it into this framework of national security, which I get concerned doesn't always recognize the human rights issues involved. And so I think it does require that adaptation that Mirko was referring to on the part of intelligence officers.
Maybe I have a last provocative questions. And there is another one. Do you consider that the United States is a country at risk?
Of what?
Considering national threats to national security, to European data, to etc.
For sure.
What is the point?
I think there was another question, no?
Yeah.
You will answer the question.
I have to go, huh?
In fact, regarding the data sharing, I think everything is at risk. It depends on what you need to do, what you want to do, what is your objective. In fact, we often forget that. And I would like to go back to the beginning of the section regarding you say that the teachers and the researchers are reluctant to have risk analysis. And my experience in the university is exactly like that. They're reluctant, really. And I don't really understand why. Somewhere I understand that, it will be additional administrative burden. Probably. It will narrow my collaboration. Yeah, but in fact, as a public organization, I say them, don't forget who pays your salary. Who is going to have the money back? Not only you. It's not your, I'm autonomous. No, you're not autonomous. You're a public servant. So you're free to do your research. What in the way you want to do it. But you're a public servant. So you have some your state want to have some return on investment, sort of return on investment. So how we can feel really at ease with risk analysis, and it's like I like climbing, but you have to be trained. So you don't climb the Monterey in Brittany, like you're going to climb the Everest. It's not the same training. So it depends what you want to do, you have to be trained. But the risk, it's in Monterey, and the risk it's also in the Everest. So what is from kindergarten to doctorate, to high school, and also include program of risk prevention, comprehension, dealing with it, there to deal with risk, and to be quite comfortable, not to be conscious, at ease, and really, yeah, okay, it's a situation. We can play the autruche, or yes, open eyes.
Thank you. And there is one more question on the left, and then we will leave the floor to the end on the middle. In the middle.
We always have a tendency, and that's understandable, to speak in abstract. But let me give a concrete situation that we were facing in the Center of International Higher Education at Boston College. We publish a journal, open access journal, International Higher Education, 4 times a year. We have partnerships around the world that translated in their language. It was both in Russian and in Chinese. In the Russian case, and also in the Chinese case, once in every few years, the people in the university at the High School of Economics in Moscow and Shanghai Telecom in China said to us, we cannot publish a certain article which is too critical of what's happened. We said, well, if it happens once or twice in every 2 or 3 years, we still think it's more important that we keep the channel open, so we continue. But then the Russian invasion came and we stopped the Russian translation, but there was no partnership anymore. But in China, we were told then by our Chinese colleagues, just a few months ago, half a year ago, that it's not only once or twice in a few years that we don't publish, but now we cannot publish any article, not only that is critical about China, translated, or even on issues like academic freedom. And at that time, we had to say, well, it cannot be published for us being our publication. Still, it's open access. So we told them, if you're going to make a selection, it's your issue, because we still think it's important that the Chinese are also aware of our situation, but we cannot take any more responsibility from our ethical point of view to do that. And that are the concrete situations that we are facing now in our relationships, in particular with countries like China and Saudi Arabia, Iran, etc. We always have to make a risk assessment of what do we want to contribute, being open and transparent, etc. What we are publishing, and what we're writing, and what we're thinking, and what can we not accept. That's the daily life these days of every academic who has to deal with it.
Thank you. And François, last question.
It's perhaps not a question, but just a remark or statement response to that. Last year or 2 years ago, we published a report about the evolution of the position of the job of teacher and what it will become in the future, and sharing in mind that there were probably 4 new profiles of teachers for the future, and that of course the job will evolve, and that we have to take into account these different aspects of what will be teaching in the future, because the access of knowledge has changed because of new technologies, because we have to take into account the health issues, mental health issues, and so we will have several different kinds of jobs. And I think that the question or the remark, the question which is beyond the remark is the problem of the professional culture of professors. And this aspect is probably one of the most important one for the future. We have to take into account these aspects, and so to train, to inform teachers and to train them.
So, Amy, a last word, maybe. Maybe you could elaborate on how the United States may be a country at risk. You said yes.
I guess I need a little bit more. I mean, I think the U.S. is at risk of many things, and fortunately, I'm not a member of a representative of the country, so I can say that. But I mean, I guess I feel like I need a little bit more. I need that question a little bit more fleshed out in order to give a really good answer to that.
Thank you.
Can I react to other questions as well?
If you want.
Yes. No, with the US, I mean, it's a key partner for the EU. We work very closely together, also on research security, and it's also important. I think one of the issues is that they have measures in place, safeguards in place. We are also working on something. So how can we ensure that cooperation with the US remains as open as possible? Because otherwise, already now I hear sometimes that consortia, when a US partner is involved, that this may complicate sometimes. That certain measures that apply to the US have an effect also on this partner in Germany or whatever, Spain or whatever country. So this is an issue that we can discuss also at European level.
I'll just jump in and say I misunderstood the question. I didn't hear the question correctly. I thought at risk, not a risk. So sorry to interrupt.
And I also see this point what you said about considering it as an administrative burden. I've been at a training for ethics experts in the European Commission, because there's also an ethics appraisal for Horizon Europe proposals. And one of the presenters was saying that please take into account that these answers on ethics are filled out by the researcher 5 minutes before deadline. And that's but it's. I think this is an important one. That's you have to put yourself in the position of this researcher, and that's also why it is underlined in the council recommendation that the government is there should be there to support more than to oversee or supervise. Because indeed, if you take this approach of supervising, then researchers will find ways, or universities will find ways to circumvent or to work around. But if they see that the government is sincere in providing information and trying to help, and also make sure that you're not at risk as a researcher, okay, then they might actually come to you and ask for advice, and that's also not a no. But that's, for instance, I've seen presentations from the US, but also from Canada and others, where they would say getting to yes. That was a bit their slogan, or the getting to yes. So that's their aim, is to see how we can help the researcher to get to yes funding, positive funding decision. The training, very important. Something can be done maybe in the area of what is called onboarding. If you have new staff members, they will get all sorts of trainings probably. If we can integrate research security there, that would be very important. And I found the example very striking of this periodic, and then the articles, because it's also China is changing quite rapidly. I heard people who are very concerned about the data laws. That you can be imprisoned for if certain data goes out of China. That's what you do as a researcher. So with that, I don't have a response to it, but I take it into account then.
Well, thank you, Amy. Thank you, Mirko. Thank you all. And I think we will have to assess this issue again in the coming years and dates. Thanks a lot. And now a small pause, coffee break. 3:30.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got time.
So we are starting now. Very good. You can all see. Put this on. Very good. So welcome to the last session of today's conference on the geopolitics of higher education. I've been mentioned a bit previously, but I will say my name and role again. My name is Emilio. I'm policy advisor for culture, education, and youth here at COMECE. And thank you for still managing to find the energy and also maybe through the coffee breaks to go through the whole day. Without further ado, the fourth panel will be a bit more sort of concluding, of course, the first three that we have addressed in the first part of the day. We decided to title it Cultural Diplomacy and the Geopoliticization of Higher Education. In this sense, we wanted to address the topic of higher education and the interlinks with geopolitics and internationalization, but through the lens of intercultural dialogue. How can universities be bridges in that? What is actually the impact that geopolitical tensions may have on the collaboration of universities? And we have dealt with it actually in the first part of the day. But also, what is the role of universities in promoting democracy, for instance, both within and beyond the European Union, and also for peace, because one question, for instance, was also about peace building. And with us today, we have two panelists from indeed the two sides of the pond, I would say. So we have with us Jeffrey Scott Sanders, who's currently in Denmark, in Copenhagen, if I'm not mistaken, right? Copenhagen. Yeah. That's correct. Jeffrey is American, been in Denmark for a few years already. He's CEO of Nordic Foresight, that, as the name says, is an organization that indeed does extensive foresight research in very different fields. He's former director of the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies, again, something that gives us an idea of where his presentation is going to bring us. And he's also advisor of the Office of Secretary of Defense and Stability Operations in Denmark. We have talked about research security in the previous panel. So probably Jeff is going to be able to tell us more about his function there. And as you can see on the screen, the second speaker is John Aubrey Douglas, connecting actually from California. So he woke up very early, and it's very early now. It's 6:30. It's past 6:30 a.m., not p.m. So we really, really thank you from the bottom of our heart for making this effort. He's Senior Research Fellow and Research Professor of Public Policy and Higher Education at the Center for Studies in Higher Education at the University of California, Berkeley University. And he's also the author of New Nationalism and Universities, Populist Autocrats and the Future of Higher Education. So a topic that also is in line with our conference. And without further ado, I will then start with John. John has a presentation. I will ask him to speak for a presentation for around 15 minutes. And then I will give the word to Jeff for the second input. And then we'll go into, as we said, a Q&A and a dialogue session altogether. So John, you have the word, and you can share your presentation if you want.
Great, Emilio. Thank you so much for inviting me and having the chance to talk to the group. Let me get my screen up. Let's see, here we go. There we go. Okay. So again, I really liked the program looking at it. I'm sorry I couldn't experience it and hear the earlier talks. This is an area in which I've been doing work on in various forms, and including this book, and I have little pieces of that book in this presentation. And I thought I would at least try to kind of talk again about the larger context of what is cultural diplomacy working in, or I kind of more use the term academic diplomacy because it's more of an umbrella. But so, you know, I'm painting that and saying a few things, observations about kind of what I call a neo-Cold War. Others can call it different things. I think Jeff was calling it more like a fragmentation, which is, so it's same conceptual ideas, but I think harking back to the Cold War, we see certain patterns that are similar and some differences. But so, you know, on the contextual side, you've probably seen this, and maybe that, again, I apologize if there's some redundancy with earlier discussions. I'm sure VDEM got in there somewhere since it's such a popular way of looking at the issue of democracy, and whether we're in a kind of a depression or worse, or a recession. What we definitely see is, though, strains on the concept of democracy. Now, I will say, VDEM data indexes is an interesting and important kind of benchmark, but there's a lot of variation as to how you interpret it. It's a difficult thing to gauge what is the level of democracy throughout the world. If you see on this chart, the United States and India seem to be in the same plot line. I think, again, this is 2022. We're having lots of issues in the United States, really more at the state level, and you see kind of what we call a red-blue division. But in any case, we might say it's a little more than 8% under full democracies. The recent election in India might at least give us some thought that Modi isn't an autocrat yet. So, but what we do know is there's been this large trend going on, and VDEM again, makes these definitions, and we could question the data, how accurate it is, but it gives a general sense that things are really getting worse, shall we say, and we're going to have to see how that plays out over time. So one of the things I do in the book, which has all these case studies, which I'm a big believer in case studies that then kind of try to figure out really what's going on in the global world, and with China, Russia, but also the UK and the US and Brazil, and so I think there's about 10. I'm forgetting already, but some are combined, Hong Kong and Singapore. But is to kind of like, well, what are these trends, and how do these different kinds of political contexts play into, and specifically movement towards neo-nationalism, play into what's happening at the university level or system level, or national system levels. And one of my arguments is that yes, geography still matters. And I think we clearly see that in the last 5-8 years, but there was kind of this ongoing discussion that, globalism is here. We're all going to be, brethren, and that we're going to be united in our efforts. But really what we're seeing is more of a divide that has the elements of a Cold War mentality. So, so these political contexts shape their world. So I won't describe all of them. You have a general idea, but nascent populist movements, we see those. I mean, I think you could call the AfD that in Germany. We obviously have a political party. Oh, I should say that's more like political party, so it's more in the shifting. But you see this kind of general concept: nationalist leading governments. I think Hungary was a nationalist leading government that's now gone into illiberal democracy. So, and authoritarian governments are, kind of self-evident. The concept is that where the dots aren't exactly explicitly telling you a lot. It's not based on science or any data. It's just conceptual modeling, and that we know that there's kind of this process of nations maybe tipping towards illiberal democracy. So again, maybe a Hungary, Turkey, although we see elements of change and some things that maybe give us hope that that's not really fully the case. Oh, Poland, I should have mentioned Poland is a good point where looking like it's tipping towards an illiberal democracy, pressure from EU and other sources, but came to a vote that changed that world. So, and then, we have these kind of things that happen. Failed states, Syria is one. Well, I guess it also relates to war and cataclysms. But you see these kind of patterns that really are forcing immigration, and that has strain on national governments and the contextual world in which universities operate in. Another thing I do in the book is that I said, okay, well, are there, looking at that spectrum to some degree, can we kind of identify certain patterns in which universities are operating or have direct policies on? And so, getting back to nascent populist political movements, we see very anti-international students, anti-globalism, kind of, things that we see, but they can also, bleed into other more restrictive visa policies, restrictions on international cooperation. Now, a lot of what I did here was, well, not a lot, it was formulated before the Ukrainian war. broke out, and obviously the Hamas-Gaza war, Israel war. So just kind of giving this sense of there's this trajectory over time of greater and greater restrictions on what universities can do. And that means personal academic freedoms for faculty and students, but also what kind of relationships they can have with universities or institutions outside of their own nation state. You know, if you look on the Chinese side, you know, we have internet communication firewall, we have arrest of academics for sedition. We see that in Hong Kong as well. Hong Kong is slipping into the mainstream of mainland China's higher ed policy. I think that's very clear. You see an exodus of talent from there. So again, just kind of getting back to a desire to say, well, we really, if we're going to talk about cultural diplomacy, academic diplomacy, yes, there are areas like the European Union that have a robust structure and have some reach out to other parts of the world. But we're also talking, aren't we, about other parts of the world besides, say, the US specifically, or the EU. And another theme that I have in the book is that there's a kind of a pattern that you see of autocratic leaning governments or autocrats or authoritarian or illiberal democracies having a pattern as to how they approach universities, because universities are feared as pockets of sedition, yes, some forms of, you know, economic and political strength, but also fear about these institutions. And so very common, and we see this as this kind of, you know, reordering of the management of these institutions. And Hong Kong's a great example of that. Putting in more party members into the leadership positions of the university, then bleeding down to very specific kind of activities like the FSB in Russia, for example, now vets in both admissions, but also faculty hiring and advancement. So this is a way of a purity test that is really quite dramatic and worrisome. So what are some of the things that are leading to this tension? Well, I won't go through this entire list, but and you're probably all familiar with them largely. You know, in the U.S., because we're not, we are also part of this story, of course. You know, after 9/11, the shock of that, we had the Patriot Act, which started putting limits on different kinds of limits. We've always had limits, but on visas as to who could come. Trump then kind of doubled down on that approach, even though it was waning after a period because it was seen as too restrictive on so-called Muslim countries. Of course, that was changed after Biden came in. But we had more recently also the China initiative, which was also trying to be very specific about limits on Chinese graduate students and faculty that could work in specific areas that were deemed as either you know, militarily important or just generally economically important technologies. So, and we're still looking at those kinds of things, but that was a very specific initiative that has since been drawn back, partly because it was seen as inhibiting our ability to pursue research in these areas. The global world of talent is now so important in these areas that you can't really do it in a national isolationist approach. China, of course, we see growth in this soft and what we would call sharp power. The Belt and Road is definitely a conceptual idea to compete with the West defined as in China's world of economic competitors and military competitors. And I'm sure you're aware of the development under Xi of this social index score, which definitely has an impact on universities and students and faculty. You have this kind of anti-West world expanding sharp power in the US, Australia, TikTok, but also the Chinese Student Association. Russia, you're probably very familiar with in terms of the EU breaking away, initially saying, for example, that that they should not be part of the higher education area and the Bologna process, and then Russia quickly, which I think they'd already planned to say that they were not going to be part of this because because it was, inhibiting Russia's nationalist interests. Turkey, the coup attempt led to the firing of over 18,000 academics or those in universities, restrictions on travel. So we have this series of events that have really added to this world story. The impact of COVID, I think, is very definitely accelerated many of these patterns of isolationism and limits on what universities could do or not, particularly in illiberal democracies and autocratic governments. The Chinese and others have used the COVID to create greater restrictions on travel and these kinds of things, even in the aftermath or semi-aftermath of the COVID trend. So you see this evolving alliance as well of kind of, which gets back to this kind of Cold War narrative, neo-Cold War narrative of different autocratic and pariah states sharing students, but also and research, but also obviously other kinds of military technology. And now an added world as this calls for restrictions among and protests at U.S. universities, for example, about interactions with Israeli universities, but also industries and corporations that do business in Israel. And that's added another kind of dimension to this world. So again, this is a simplistic conceptual idea of it because there's lots of nuance about this movement towards three global systems of alliances of science and knowledge production and talent mobility. It's fuzzy. I don't mean to say it's hard by any chance. I could make it, we could say, well, maybe I made this bubble, which is of alliance of liberal democracies, too large, because you saw the numbers about, well, how many people are actually in liberal democracies and open societies? If we exclude, in that earlier, if we exclude 1.6 or 1.3 billion people in India, that changes the numbers. But I think, we can say that that there is an alliance of between the EU, the US, Anglophile countries as well, of strength, where the universities are really, and the research being done is really the top notch. And yes, there's growth in China and all that, but and that's where influence, and that's also, I think, at least my understanding from the conference is the perspective is, well, where it's largely focused on the EU world, I guess, even though obviously there are Catholic universities all throughout the world. And then the question is, well, where is that points of interaction that we can promote cultural diplomacy, academic diplomacy? So that's just a conceptual lens that I think we need to kind of think about. I won't go through this erosion of science and academic diplomacy factors. I mean, so many of them. I'm sure they've been talked about earlier. But we do see, I will point out, this kind of revision of the neo-nationalist world. And yes, China and Russia are major players in bringing back really elements that you saw in Soviet times and in Maoist China, but obviously elevated and changed drastically with the growth of the surveillance state. It's just a major change in how well and efficient these surveillance states have become, and also extending past their own borders to look for seditious activity by nationals in other parts of the world, and asking for people to be extradited, and this bleeds down to Turkey too. Trying to extradite those who are thought to be enemies of Erdogan and these kinds of things. So to keep going here, so this is my last number of points that are fairly general, but again, coming back to the theme of the panel and what's been going on at your conference, how do we expand and build intercultural bridges and exchanges to enhance soft power? At least that was the way it was It was kind of, this is again, at least conceptually altruistic, that we're trying to do good. And so if we are, yes, we definitely need to think about how to, for example, and I think your orientation may be somewhat around the European Union, where you've got some of these semi-outliers like Erdogan. Um, uh, I'm sorry, I meant like Hungary. But that structure is very powerful with Erasmus and the Horizon programs. And you are doing, in my viewpoint, the EU is much more progressive than the US is in this regard, you know, in terms of expanding participation of Erasmus past the European Union, and also looking for links with the Horizon program. So there's a structure there that is quite compelling, costs money. and effort. But then the question too is, well, where are these efforts related to non-aligned and illiberal states that this kind of simplistic modeling is? And how much is it collaborative and how much is it competitive? Getting back to this conceptual idea of, you know, we were pursuing and argue for open science, but we're obviously now starting to parse that and change that conceptual idea that no, you know, we need barriers in certain areas because of economic competition, or, you know, there can be barriers that relate to our own morals and ethics about gender equality or other things that relate to that. So what are you doing in Saudi Arabia or even in other parts of the world? So in any case, so my only kind of plea or thought is, you know, we really need to disaggregate what the initiatives and policies promoting academic science are possible at the institutional level, the national level, in terms of like these three different spheres, but also, you know, like what is it possible for us to have cultural diplomacy with a Russian university in this current period in which there's, you know, economic sanctions and this concept of isolating Russia and this real demise of the Russian university and academy. I mean, it's become a tool. It always was to some degree, but it's really changed. Now it's just a suppressed world, but we need to reach out to it. This gets back to the lessons of the Cold War, is that we don't want to completely shut off any kind of ways to interact. I think that's pretty much a common concept, but there are limits now that may change in 3 or 4 years. The Cold War pattern was hard isolationist impulse to eventually kind of a softening over time with very, you know, limited interaction with Russian universities, for example. And maybe that will be the trajectory that we have again. So will it get worse before it gets better? I would think so. Unfortunately, you know, unless there's conclusions to the Ukraine war, for example, would be one component. And again, there are maybe some lessons from the Cold War, but I'm not quite sure what they all are yet because we don't know how that works. But I will say, again, that academic diplomacy is key to reducing global tensions. And I'll only come back to, you know, the opening of China. Yes, it related to small moves, including ping pong, but it also related to universities were an earlier component in the US, at least, in having exchanges with Chinese faculty and students, which were components of a longer unfreezing of the relationships. And then finally, and I think Jeff has thoughts on this, is, you know, well, what's the role of global networks? Of course, you know, scholars at risk, which you've had presentations are as an example of these NGOs. Although I will say, if you look at the number of NGOs operating in this space, it's very confusing. I mean, yes, Scholars at Risk is a big player, but there are multiple programs. I did a little bit of a kind of a scan all over the place. One wonders how scholars that are at risk from Turkey or that have been, you know, exiled, how they navigate through these numerous programs. Some are university specific, some are broader, but in any case, what are these global networks? And I think, although I don't have knowledge enough, what would be the role of the International Federation of Catholic Universities? It seems like there's maybe there much is going on. I just don't know, but there are big opportunities in that network, it would appear to me. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Thank you, John, for your presentation. Yeah, you gave some suggestions. Maybe this is also going to be something interesting for us to debate on or to discuss in the Q&A. But without further ado, I think I will give the word to Jeff, and then we go into the question and answer. Please, Jeff.
Okay, thank you so much, Emilio, and thank you to COMECE and to the International Federation of Catholic Universities for having me join this session. And just a little bit about my background, just correct a couple things. Yes, I am the CEO of Nordic Foresight, and yes, I was the former director of the Copenhagen Institute for Future Studies and served as an advisor to the Office of Stability Operations in the U.S. Department of Defense, but that was early in my career. And now I'm also advisor and CTO at the Danish National Defense Technology Center. And I've worked at kind of the nexus between foresight, higher education, having advised universities and networks of universities in Europe, the Middle East, and in North America. So I have a sense of this international dynamics relating to these topics, and then getting into the national security component of this. And I find that this is one of the, an additional category for some of the challenges that are facing higher education institutions. Not only do we have the discussions around the geopolitics and security and the role in the intercultural exchange, we have the elements relating to how technology is transforming education. We have questions around certain elements of relevance of certain types of educational programs, and different types of education as a services, micro-accreditation, things like that are bringing challenges in. And then we have some questions, of course, around the business and financial models around higher education that are in this dynamics around intercultural exchange, acculturation in a micro level, but also on the macro level through some of the issues that John was raising in his previous presentation. But then also, what is it that, and how does the university and higher education institutions play a role in this increasingly confrontational, adversarial, geopolitical environment? And we could talk about the emergence of a Cold War, and we could talk about how the various blocks and clusters could be emerging, but right now I see a geopolitical fragmentation going on, and we could talk about kind of the orientations of alignment around certain cultural issues, particularly within the West around populism, cultural issues and things like that that can drive some of the tensions around this. But that's some of the issues that we can get into. One of the things that I think that's important is kind of to, like with everything, the challenges are in the details of this discussion, and the issues around collaboration and competition are really based on some critical areas. And some of the things that have highlighted the emergence, particularly in the Danish context of the creation of the National Defense Technology Center, because when we talk about it, people automatically think it's something that's under the Ministry of Defense in Denmark, but it's not. It's actually a collaboration under the Ministry of Education and Research, and it's the heads of all the 8 national universities and 7 national research technology organizations that came together and said, we need to be able to offer our expertise in science, engineering, and technology to help harness technology to defend democracy. And you can define that in a number of different ways. And so in the EU and other types of contexts, we're starting to get into conversations around dual use and what does that mean and how does that play a role. And maybe there's a shift towards critical technologies and the like. So just starting that as like an introduction into my talk, just thought I would share some slides, and of course, always with this aspect, these are my opinions only. They're not the official policy of the National Defense Technology Center or anything like that. But I think this is some of the aspects that I'm sure you've had conversations around this before, but there's a sense of a number of studies coming out of both Australia, the European Union, and the United States. They're focusing on these critical technologies and who has the leadership in these spaces. And for the first time in the last several hundred years, the West is not in a leadership position in most of these technology areas. The updated list is the 64, and out of the 64, 51 or 2 are where China is in the lead. And of course, with any of these technology indexes, you can always criticize the methodology and what does that constitute, and can you actually transition the leadership in the academic portion into technology dominance in industry and in the military space. But that's one of the things that's really driving this domain. And so we think about many of the challenges that we're facing. It's not only about the defense component, but how do we harness these technologies in the energy space? How do we leverage access to technologies related to biotechnologies, navigation, energy, artificial intelligence, advanced materials, batteries, and the like as a component of national power? And I think that that's some of the things that are coming into bear. And that led to the establishment of the National Defense Technology Center, where I'm advising as the Chief Technology Officer right now, among my other activities. And as I said before, this is more of a case study of all the 8 national universities and 7 research technology organizations getting together and then reaching out to defense within Denmark, reaching out to NATO, European Union, and other allied partners to say, how can we engage from a university and higher educational institution side in fostering collaboration in this environment. And part of that is from a small country's perspective, because we've been talking a lot about the European Union, we've been talking a lot about the United States and other entities, and John was mentioning before, aligned and non-aligned countries. But you have a lot of countries who are particularly small, Denmark having a population of 6 million people, and they think about, okay, well, they have the NATO umbrella, and what does NATO judge its participation upon? Of course, it's cash on the one side. Do you pay your 2% of GDP as a minimum to participate? The conversations is going to be expanding. The other element is, do you have commitment? Will you do they believe that you'll jump in when Article 5 happens, if there's ever an attack on NATO? And then you have this element around, okay, the military capabilities. Well, there's this 4th C that's becoming increasingly important, and that's the technological competency. And that's also something that your allies and partners are judging you on, your ability to deliver intelligent, bright minds to the catalyst or to the competition. So part of this, and it's a little bit away from the intercultural exchange, but that's some of the aspects that smaller nations are being increasingly assessed upon in this transition to a more patchwork environment where the technological competition is becoming so fierce. So that's some of the things that could be brought to bear. And so in this environment, there's a number of aspects where the dynamics of this are very much in a state of comfort, not state of conversation, but in a shift where we're playing a intercultural exchange of a technological exchange among the research communities, the international environments, the armed forces and the like, but in a very much a national security oriented objective. And that's one of the things that's going to be an interesting challenge as we think through the questions that John raises in his presentation, because if you engage on certain types of cutting edge research in certain areas, it means that you cannot participate in other types of activities in other domains. And how do we manage those trade-offs? How do these universities manage those trade-offs, where on the one side they want to keep this intercultural exchange, they want to have many of the aspects around, of course, open academic freedoms and things like that. But on the same side, if you want to harness the cutting edge technologies to defend democracies, and that could be everything from the informational warfare and other aspects of the cognitive domains that are being discussed. How do we educate the next generation of critical thinkers so they don't, they're not as easily influenced by disinformation or other aspects? These are some of the tensions that we, have to engage with. So these are some of the things that I thought were a case study to kind of highlight some of the challenges and some of the responses that are coming from many of the academic and research and technology organizations in a small country like Denmark, and how they're trying to achieve a balance between engaging on the one side this discussion around intercultural exchange, but on the other side, actively participating in research towards helping secure their societies, Western democracies, things like that.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Thank you. So maybe since we have done it also for the other panels, do you have anything you would like to add, John, to what you've heard now from Jeff? Or
well, I think Jeff is getting to what is really driving a lot of policy making, and then that is concerned about the national security world of individual countries or NATO as a group. And I think made me think too a little bit about how much is this an issue that will be defined for universities by governments, by EU structure, for example, versus what is it that's happening, and how do universities make decisions? Or are they defining some of these policies, or how are they implementing them? And I don't know the answer to that, but it does kind of filter towards this larger question, which I read yes, of course, the national security state and that competition is a significant component in our panel's assigned topic, which is, again, I'll use academic diplomacy, this broader kind of envelope. And then there's like how do we interact with the different worlds? If we're in competition, if you saw Jeff's list, it really was China, China, China versus, the Western world or the open society world. But then there's all this other world, like how important is it for us, to make inroads over time? And I would say that, one will assume that there will be some change in the circumstances. One hopes that we'll get better. So there is like, what's our relationship with China? What's our relationship with Russia? In terms of, our most significant adversaries economically, militarily. North Korea is weird. Who knows what's going on there? But and then the question is like, well, how competitive are we to have intercultural exchange with those non-aligned countries, or the kind of variation of them? And that's really a big question. And how can we, improve our relationships and do things? I've argued, for example, I'm just a little me sitting there, the U.S., You know, I mean, the Fulbright program is not very large. I mean, it's one of our, it's our flagship thing, and it's not very large. And we have it targeted to relate to kind of broader conceptual ideas of our diplomacy. So, you know, we should be focusing a lot more and putting a lot more resources into Africa, for example, although there are issues of brain drain and, you know, brain circulation, but those are things we need to think about. So sorry, I just going back to, well, there's all this other world, and how do we promote that? And again, I kind of think that shooting from the hip, as they say, which is like kind of like, you know, just kind of, oh, well, what about this? The International Federation of Catholic Universities could play a role, and maybe I wouldn't mind if, Emilio, you have any thoughts on that, or if this is something that's being discussed within your organization.
Yeah, thank you, Don. I mean, of course, the dilemma between, as you were saying, how competitive do we really want to be, and also like the whole ethical issues, the promotion of our values and democracy is there. So you really don't want to, and it was part of the discussions before, it's difficult to balance it. How much do we want to promote and stay also with rooted in our values and in the promotion of you know, democracy and democratic inputs in the world, but also have a competitive edge and not lose ground because of the actions of other players. So are there questions for our speakers in this moment? We address also COMECE-FIUC, so I don't know if Francois, you want to reply to the role of the Federation in this context. There is the microphone there, if anybody wants. Yeah, do you want, Francois? Francois?
No, in fact, I have no response because.
Can you hear John and Jeff?
Yes.
Yeah, you can.
For the moment, okay. No response because, you know, COMECE-FIUC is a network of 12 universities, which are quite diverse in terms of organization, and so we try to work on some specific issues, but I cannot say that there is a specific international diplomatic role that is played by IFCO. Perhaps because, as I said, the size and of the universities are very different, and they also operate in a national context. And so when we say Catholic universities, in fact, we just forget to say that there are also national identities. And there is sometimes a tension or several just juxtaposition of these identities. So, for instance, as you are American, I don't know that if Georgetown University is at first a Catholic university, it's a Jesuit university, so Catholic one, I hope. But at the same time, it's a North American one. So the same with Notre Dame. And so if they have a specific role, I don't know if it's more as an American university first, or at first as a Catholic university. It could be both of them, but it could be separated. And what is true for this university is also true for some other universities, Catholic universities in the world. Knowing that anyway, I think that in this network of just 10 universities which have an international strategy, or which think with an international strategy.
Did you manage to hear John and Jeff? Yeah?
Yeah.
No, so I will just sum it very briefly. No, Francois, he's General Secretary of IFCO. He was explaining that this is a network of universities. Many of them are actually, however, Catholic universities. So they are small and operate in a national context. So whenever there is link with one of these universities, what is the predominant identity? Is you're indeed a Catholic university like Georgetown, he made the example of Georgetown, but you're also Northern American University. So how is this interplay between these two identities playing out? This is an issue that was raised. First, Jeff, and then John. All
Yeah,
right?
no, I think, you know, I think that there's multiple identities and requirements that will always be playing out in, you know, international and national settings. And I think also, you know, I think that there's elements, you know, regardless of how the trajectories go, you know, geopolitically, yes, there could be, you know, closing down and certain type of exchanges, more assessments over researchers' activities and things like that. We have to remember that at the early stage TRL levels, you know, there's very little classification of anything going that, even when you're dealing with some of the really critical competitive technologies. You know, and there's actually a lot of impetus for wanting to have that open exchange of information about, you know, the basics of fundamental research, even in the competitive frameworks. However, I think that the elements of, particularly when you start getting into the applications, the access to data sets, the elements around that, there's becoming a much more stringent focus around who should and under what conditions they should have access to some of those elements. And then you have the elements of John was making reference to of some of the conditions that Chinese students and others that are placed up, you know, under when they go abroad, and there's that aspect about how they engage on some of these different elements. So I think that there's going to be a difference for what we had in the last 10, 15 years. But again, I still think there's opportunities for that basis of exchange on the fundamental research elements, the methods of fundamental research. Now, the question is the data, particularly in areas of artificial intelligence, the data sets, when you get into elements around digital twins, where you gain, you know, intimate, and depending on the direct fidelity of those digital twin models and things like that around certain cities and environments and things like that, then you start getting into elements where there's going to be a great deal more scrutiny about what could be exchanged and how they're exchanged. So I think, again, it's going to be around the technology space, the field of research, the data sets, that there's going to be ever increasing scrutiny upon that. Less so on, or not less so, but, you know, not as much on the different methods of the research. And that's how we move forward and contend with that issue is something that's going to be an ongoing challenge.
Thank you. John, please.
Well, you know, yes, the Catholic universities have different profiles, but there might be some linkage of ones that have at least, many of them have semi-secular profiles, and they're open to different cultures and they're these kinds of things. There might be some kind of a network that could facilitate some kind of agenda. And, you know, we are focusing a lot on the kind of STEM fields, or, you know, what kind of, you know, science and all that. But, you know, another component of this isn't about necessarily even promoting democracy, although, you know, we'd all like that. It's about just greater understanding between different peoples and interactions. And this is kind of the earlier goal of, you know, international exchanges, harking really before the, you know, the sense of technological competition post World War II. But even then, in the 60s, the kind of romanticized concept that if just people come and interact, we'll learn more about each other. Well, you know, it's actually kind of true. So there may be areas in which, you know, in the social sciences, for example, you know, it's less threatening on the national security agenda. So what are those ways? So getting back to, if there's a more lower hanging fruit kind of conceptual ideas, well, what are those things that could be done in a more organized way by, let's just say, I don't know if you use the acronym or IFCA, right? Yeah. And maybe there are opportunities. I mean, I visited various Catholic universities over time, whether it's Leuven or in Chile, and always just remarkable institutions that have been integrated and are just vital to the national higher ed systems there. And there seems like there's strength in that network. Some are maybe others, and then the question is, well, where do we reach out? Are we really trying to reach out to, say, more of those non-aligned states? I'm still counting Brazil as kind of aligned, but with now that the change of government there, but there's still some wonder about some aspects of that. But there might be some networking of institutions and say, well, look, we really need to look at Africa or other parts of the continent in which we're seeing, we need to have stronger relationships. And then I will come back, because I don't want us to abandon our semi-friends, although a lot of them left, Russia. Like, here's where will we be in 3 years? How, is it to the world's advantage to have Russia academic world totally isolated? It's not totally isolated, because it's going back to its old spheres of influence, networking. So just bringing back that kind of lower level concept of what we can do with academic diplomacy.
Thank you. Jeff, you mentioned, you brought the example of this initiative that you talked about of the Ministry of Education and Research. So not really, it was based also on defense capabilities and on defense research, but do you think such an idea, such an initiative can be replicated maybe within the EU or within a European context, where the ministries are cooperating with one another and the universities are getting on board in that sense, to really share? Because one of John's also recommendations, I would say, it's that we have to strengthen partnerships and also to have a better understanding of what is going on, also in the level of information, I believe.
Well, I think again, we talk intercultural exchange. We had to talk about at what level and with whom. So and there's the macro level, which is between democracies and maybe the liberal states, as John framed it. But then also within, you have certain these topic areas. So in a European context, yes, there's opportunities for replicating this. Actually, if you look at most most countries within Europe and North America, and going into Australia, Japan, and other places, the locus, and again, I'm going to go in a little bit technology focus here, is that the innovation used to be driven by government, by military. And that transitioned in the 80s, and now civilian research far outpaces what goes on in terms of funding and dynamics, what goes in the security space. So all of these institutions from security realize they have to reach out to the academic community. They have to reach out to industry and to bring that technology in. And that's leading to a transformation on the other side as well, in culture and attitude and framing. So there's transitions occurring on both sides of that space. And if you look at a European context, because of Europe has a large economy, but because it's fragmented into multiple countries, the ability to scale on many of these technology areas is quite challenging. So they need to foster exchanges among researchers, among data sets, among financial sources, and things like that, if they're going to be a significant player geopolitically, geostrategically. So there is that desire, using Horizon monies, using European Defense Fund monies, towards bringing those connections among institutions in triple helix or pentyl helix, if you want to use that model from MIT, and doing some of the innovation and collaboration models there. So there's a lot of opportunity there. And if you think about the roles of John saying about COMECE-FIUC, about, there's just, exchange and just meeting and interfacing with each other. And there's lots of topics that are outside these technology areas that are beneficial to create meeting points and can be areas where we have to have communication. And even during the heights of the Cold War, we had collaboration, beginning between Russia and the United States over space and technology. And that, was and remains a key area of strategic competition is that domain. And so things around fostering exchanges around that is critical to keep moving forward, not lose sight of. And then we have the whole aspects around, yes, we're competing around issues related to energy technologies. How do we deal with climate change? But we also can't lose sight of the fact that if we, go hardcore into a confrontational environment, we won't be able to solve these challenges on a global scale because they require technology transfer of some sort. Now, the question is, how do we do that type of technology transfer that respects intellectual property rights of the scientists, the institutions that devoted a lot of their blood, sweat, and tears and resources into developing them, and developing the right model and framework for doing that, I think is something that needs to be addressed as well. And I think part of the aspects is, yes, there's a competitive environment, but I think there's also this aspect of recognizing that, hey, some of the exchanges that we did engage in weren't implemented in a way that brought mutual benefits to both sides. And I don't have to say that to be equal benefits, but that respect for the intellectual property rights of some of these relationships weren't always adhered to the best way possible that fosters future engagement.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you very much. Are there further remarks, questions from the audience? Okay, then no, there seems not to be. Sorry, because Jeff and John, you can't see, but there seems not to be. So I think you have been very exhaustive in that sense. I thank you both for your presentations and for the input you gave to us today. I think the lesson learned is that we have to still work a lot on that. So, and also to bring this concerns to the political level here. I'm talking about Brussels because we are working here, but to the governments and to the agencies that deal with these issues. So we'll try to do that as well. And thank you very much for your expertise. Maybe a last round of applause. And I will then pass the floor to Emmanuel Lancourt for the closing remarks of the conference. Emmanuel is professor of Chinese Studies at the Institut Catholique de Paris and associate research fellow at the French Institute for International and Strategic Affairs. So it's difficult to sum up what's been going on today. I think, Emmanuel, especially in English, but also especially after everything has been said, I wouldn't want to be in your role, but I give you the word. I will turn the camera for you, Jeff and John, so that you can see him as well. Please.
Thank you, Emilio. Thank you for all of you and for this remarkable day and talks. I was asked to summarize the main ideas we have expressed today. I remember Corinne Mellul said this morning that we attend on a geopolitization of higher education. So what does it mean? It means that the sharing of data and academic freedom we had believed in until the last decade doesn't exist anymore, since China became the biggest challenger of the democratic and Western world. More generally speaking, nationalism and censorship are affecting openness of the higher education, and the concept of autonomy of the universities is changing too. What is at stake here? Knowledge is a power. Even though it has always been so, the scale and the dimension of that issue have completely changed. Our intelligence of the world, even our policy, must be redefined in a few words: consciousness, awareness, and consultation. And I personally think it was a very good thing having heard a civil officer from the European Commission talking about collective behavior in the context of today, marked by a real threat of being manipulated by some hostile and authoritarian political regimes. And yet, connections and dialogue mustn't stop. The path is quite narrow between compromise and compromission, but as Valérie said this morning, that goal can be reached by the European universities, a third way of being for the coming years. The academic diplomacy, as John said, can be a major contribution to it, a kind of response, as Jeffrey said, to the fragmentation of the world. And I would say, to put an end to this very short conclusion, in the end, not to lose Africa as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And with this, we conclude the conference. So thank you very much for participating and see you soon.